Is it gonna work? We had to disconnect. I cannot get the thing to work on X for some reason, so whatever. I stream this way. It's TikTok and YouTube. Yidvid. Now streaming on Yidvid. Yeah, I ate my belated breakfast here. A bagel and some eggs. Because I ate so much yesterday, I'm like, I'm going to reduce my breakfast today, or at least stretch it out for the rest of the day. Jerry. So what? Well, Jerry. I wish I could get it to work on X. I don't know if it's Restream or X, if I need to reconnect the socket or whatever the fuck it is. Looks like I'm not dropping a whole lot of frames, though. Yeah, I weigh like 212 or 213 right now. I'm gonna try and start to eat my way back up to like 230 probably. I like eating. It's so good for you to eat as much as you can. But I think I look better, just a little bit skinnier. But you lose all the size, and you know. But when I get down to it, I'll probably, if people can put up with me being chubby for a while, right? Anybody? Any objections? Even the cricket killed himself, right? Yeah, nobody cares. But I will try to get up to like maybe 230 and then shave it back down to like 220. It couldn't have been less noise, right? Exactly. The vacuum of space could give a shit less, right? How much you weigh, no one cares, right? Right. Anyway, I don't know what else to talk about. Anybody? Yeah. If you want to interject a topic of discussion, you're more than welcome to write me an email at my fan blog at worldofwarcraftdad.com. Oh, look. It actually did stream on X. Why is it not working, though? Jerry. It says it was streaming, but it didn't post. The joke, how to defragment your email, right? The joke is you can't defragment your email. Computer. What are you doing? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Oh shit. I gotta get eggs and cheese and bagels sometime today or tomorrow from the grocery store. I hate making a trip to the grocery store just for like one or two things, but I only eat like one or two things, so right. There's not a variety of food to eat. Mostly rice, beans, and chicken, and tortillas, eggs, cheese, and bagels. Yep, and mixed vegetables. That's all I eat. I'm trying to live to be 150 years old. What did you expect? All right, so we did a Mechanar already. Now we can do a. I should just be farming gold, right? I'm glad Floyd Mayweather's coming out of retirement. I'll be watching those. I'll be watching those for sure. Yeah, I need to get the Spell Strike pants. Which, if you're familiar, and I'm not like the biggest fan of boxing ever, but I like him a lot. Uh, Today's his birthday, actually. Isn't that convenient? The day after mine. But what was I gonna say? He's actually coming out of retirement. So these last few fights that he's had were what I guess they're called exhibitions, which don't actually count towards his official record. But he's actually like to fight Manny Pacquiao. I guess is he's actually coming out of retirement, so it actually counts. Like it's for one of all the marbles kind of things, right? Which I think he's gonna win, obviously, because he's never lost, right? But I'm not necessarily a huge fan of like boxing and all that stuff, but I really like watching his fights. And at some point in time, I need to eventually go back and watch like every one of them, pretty much. But I'm hoping it's not too expensive on pay-per-view. That's all. Things are normally a few $100s, aren't they? We have. Oh my God. Why is it lagging? I gotta. What's tomorrow? Am I headed to the right place? What are we trying to do? Shadow, they're already at Shadow Labs. I guess I'll run to the instance. Yeah, I'm headed there. I said like, oh, like you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? No, I saw something the other day, right? Well, interestingly enough, right, about the guy that wrote the jingle for, what was it called? Intel, right? There was a documentary, sort of. I guess it wasn't necessarily a documentary, but it's an interesting story. Dun 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 dun. This isn't Shadow Labs. Which one is Shadow Labs? There we go. Almost there. Oh, he's square your shoulders. Oh, he's trying. I always get roped into these groups where they already have like one boss dead and then we can't clear the shit and I'm locked into the instance and we can't do anything about it. Fuck. Alright, just go invisible. They could have came out and summoned me, but they summoned me rather, but they didn't. Alright, now. The reason why I'm farming this is I need the pants off the, well, the pattern for the pants off the final boss. It'd be quicker to farm non-heroic, but whatever. It's kind of also not nearly as fun. I saw the Spell Strike hood drop yesterday or 2 days ago and I didn't win the roll, unfortunately. Howdy, y'all. Fucking cat standing on my mage biscuits. Shit. I tried to get the first thing, but I fucked up and didn't counterspell anything at all. Thank you for joining me. If I'd have known you'd have been here, I'd have put on something better looking. But I'd known I was gonna have, what's the old Christopher Walken sketch, The Continental? God, those are funny. Christopher Walken's The Continental on Saturday Night Live, if you've ever seen it. They're super hilarious. That wasn't me trying to do a Christopher Walken impersonation either. That was, I don't know what that was, but yeah, it reminded me of Christopher Walken sketch on Saturday Night Live. The Continental. When they say Christopher Walken doesn't even own a cell phone, he's just living in the 70s, I guess. I don't know if it's good to sheep or Blizzard 2 things, or I think it's anything 3 and over, you're supposed to Blizzard. A single target for 2 or less. Which, if you were watching the stream before, like I was playing Mists of Pandaria, which is the worst iteration of World of Warcraft ever. And this is the original of the Burning Crusade, and it just launched like a few weeks ago, right? This was as good as, it's almost as good as World of Warcraft ever got, you know. And I haven't played a whole bunch of the expansions, but this is like before you'd see me do the same instance over and over in Battleground. I had like no goal in mind, just playing to waste time. Now I can actually farm gear and level my professions and all that shit. Alright, guy. We're gonna pull this guy. Or girl. Whichever. Really? I thought that was gonna pull everything. Yeah, so I'm trying to think on, right, and I we live in a day and age, right? So is it where are vibe coders kind of like as far as developing and stuff's concerned, they're not respected, are they? They're not like I mean, I guess some of them are. I don't really know. I don't want to give off the impression that I know what I'm doing, but I'm stuck. My mind is stuck on this video game now, right? It's all I've been thinking on for like the last week or two. The Sims, like the new thing of like The Sims, if it's not The Sims, but something kind of like it, right? I've been stuck on it all week. The impression that I got though is like all the greatest ideas in the world are nothing without any execution, right? I'm like, yeah, okay, well, whatever. Just thinking out loud then. You want me to pull? Okay. Just don't get assassinated by the assassins. Fuck me running? How do you do that? Oh, look at that. Did he get blinded? I love when a rogue uses their blind for crowd control. I'm on like a fucking 10-minute ice block guy. I'm not leaving that up to chance. Well, he said in Blizzard, so I thought that I got the impression he wanted me to use Blizzard, but I guess Yikes, man. Oh, fuck, see? That guy. No, the cultist. How did I pull aggro on him? I thought it was an assassin. Oh, Jerry. It's quite the pull. We got a lot of crowd control. I'll single target DPS. Well, we don't have any more of them. See, when I joined, he said, "Oh, great, we have a frostbite or an improved blizzard." I was like, "Okay, well, I guess he wants me to blizzard then, and then I get myself killed doing it." But we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. One of you can res though, right? Hunter, shaman can. He's defibrillating. Can't you just res me? And the other guy. Awesome. To brag about myself. Never mind. Never mind. I think it's only 2 mobs, whatever. What's that song from the Partridge Family? All of our cooldowns. Come on now. DPS. DPS. Yikes. It's an early mind control. Super early mind control. At least I'm fireballing the tank. And blizzarding myself. Yeah. As soon as I evocate, come on now, let me get through it without a mind control. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Spirit shards, badge. Cool. But the thing I'm kind of thinking on about this game, right, is like, the reason why I brought up vibe coding is because it's kind of like, oh, that's like when your dad tries to fucking coach your softball team or whatever to a regular developer or coder. But the thing is like everything is text prompt now for content generation, so you really could make the entire game, at least the cutscenes portion, like just a flow chart of prompts, like descriptions of the architecture, descriptions of the buildings, descriptions of the stadium, descriptions of this, that, and the other thing. And you wouldn't, and the game would be unique to each person potentially, or one possibility, right? Based on the fact that every time you give the exact same prompt to VO3 or Sora, you get a different. If I had to guess, right? If I'm not right about that, whatever. It's slightly different each time. It's not exact, based on the fucking aggregate noise or whatever. But you really could design at least the content generation portion entirely text. You know what I mean? So like the sense that you get like Dungeons and Dragons, kind of like you roll the dice and you go across the thing, the higher plane grid thing I was talking about the other day, where each spot on the grid represents a physical location. You know what I mean? With coordinates and everything. So what would exist in that box there is you like imagine like a Monopoly board. You roll the dice. Oh, Park Place or whatever, right? Well, in that sense, it's like, well, what is Park Place? And you would have like a description. Somebody would write a description of what Park Place looks like, and then if you land on that piece on the Monopoly board, it prompts VO3 or Sora to generate a video of what your description of Park Place looks like, if that makes sense, complete with like your character there or whatever. Like, oh, I think I want to visit the boardwalk, right? Your description of what the boardwalk looks like. So you could, that way you wouldn't have like, that's like a way to present the idea without actually making the entire thing, where you can get the impression of what it might look like. But like when your character arrives at the boardwalk, hypothetically or whatever, you would get like a minute long video of your character there. Your AI, as if they were actually visiting a real place or not, right? And that would be like a way of kind of explaining the idea in a more simple format that's not like so resource intensive. But the goal would ultimately be like all of these things would exist in reality or virtual reality at some point in time, and we need a whole bunch of graphics cards to do it or whatever. But in the meantime, this is kind of what it would look like, right? Like a bare bones demonstration for it. But you would think like a tabletop game where like rolling the dice, like Dungeons and Dragons, and there are people that use AI to be the dungeon master or whatever for their Dungeons and Dragons games. But if you think about the landscape and architecture and all that stuff, boils down to how a prompt or a description of it. So you could really make it all just text and then API the text prompts to fill the form for the actual content generation portion too. And that would be a way of kind of like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying though. But you would like, for like I said the other day, the architecture, the design part of it to be done entirely by like, oh well, this thing on sheeps it attacks us. Right. This is, yeah, it's not like a stab or a soothe or anything. Oh. But right, like you would think like, oh, someone that's just really a really descriptive individual would describe that like, oh, well, you have a with our tribe's assets, we wish to build this piece of architecture, right? And one of the people that's profession is architecture in the video game is the person that gives like a very elaborate prompt of what the building should look like. And in game, you would get like what's it called? Like a blueprint, kind of like this is what it's gonna look like. When they say like this is a finished product, they give you a rough draft of what the thing's gonna look like when it's finished, based on the blueprint and all that. And like everybody votes, okay, yeah, that's approved. Then that's what the thing is gonna be. Then the 3D design MCP goes to work and actually builds the structure in game, and you eventually get to see like a fully realized version of the thing that you're talking about, right? And that would be like, it could essentially be what the architecture profession consists of, is somebody that's able to give an elaborate kind of prompt on what a building design or like, a piece of architecture. But you've seen like tons and tons of things online where they're getting to the point now where, oh, well, this is an AI that converts 2D plain textured maps into 3D environments, right? Well, you could, essentially come up with the same thing, but for, I'm sure they have it somewhere. If you told me they didn't, I wouldn't believe it, where they can convert 2D images into 3D, things, right? Where if you were able to prompt an AI to come up with a design for a skyscraper or a stadium or whatever, you would be able to run it through another thing, and it processes the 2D image into a 3D, what do you even call it, object, right? I guess it's just called object, right? And then, there's AIs that already do this kind of thing, but I'm trying to think of how you kind of plug it all together, so that it's seamless, right? Like anybody can describe something, right? That's a pretty effective way of making it where it's not necessarily like you need actual architectural skills to do it, but you kind of vibe code prompt the thing to generate the structure that you want. It's not that outlandish, man. People are doing that thing already, kind of, or something similar, just in a different thing. I guess relatively thoroughly yesterday, but when I got to thinking about how much of it could exist just as text, you know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, quite literally, all the content portion of it, like where like your AI's on a vacation and it posts a picture of the local scenery where it's on vacation or whatever. It would just be a prompt, really, could be. Or if you really want like a real 3D environment to, like a real actual planet for these things to exist on, which would be the ultimate goal. But making it an interesting turn-based game kind of would be one possibility. You want me to pull? Do we have a kill target here? How did he not hit that trap? Really? Wow. Smooth operator. Why does it resist that? But when you think about like, the thing is like exploration in a game, right? Too. The thing is like, well, the prompt exists to create the content, but you haven't explored the prompt yet. And the prompt is the thing that actually generates the part of the level. So like if you're the first person to come across this specific square on this grid, uh, at that point in time, it actually generates the level based on your like landing on that square essentially. So even the game designers themselves might not know exactly what the game is going to look like when you start playing because the content is generated as you play, if that makes sense. That's one possibility. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that way, but as far as level generation is concerned, there's always a level of randomness to it that, yeah, you have an idea of what the prompt is going to generate, but you don't know just because it's different every time. So what we should do here, and then if you play the game a second time, it would look entirely different. But it's obviously not going to be a game that you play more than once, uh, or possibly one per server. So each server is slightly different, I guess, maybe. But kind of lagging, kind of not lagging. Yep. All right, now. Oh wow. What are we doing here? Greed, greed. I don't know where everybody got off on like suddenly we need the things we don't need. Yeah, I don't get it. Kind of silly, isn't it? They've actually got World of Warcraft. See, that's pretty cool. The new World of Warcraft takes place on planet Earth, apparently. But the part of I was thinking the other day, I'm like, yeah, it'd be cool to see like what a zombie invasion looked like. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this season we're gonna have a zombie invasion, right? Where all the shit's overran by like zombies and stuff, and you're, like kind of like how Fortnite has themes. It would be cool to see, the game take that kind of turn possibly. Or like, oh, this is the year of the zombie or whatever. You have a whole year of trying to like build and manage and fight and stay alive and all that shit, and or virus like COVID, right? I guess a zombie's kind of the same thing, but you get what I'm saying. It'd be interesting to see like if a season had to last more than 1 year, possibly, because it is a lot to do in a year, but to be able to like, holy shit, zombies! Right, everybody's favorite, everybody's favorite, right? Zombies! I'm screaming. Zombies! But like you would lose a certain amount of architecture, you know what I mean? Like you'd have to rebuild and like the effort after the fact, after the virus is contained and all that stuff. But you would see like your AIs and stuff posting videos of them like locked in the closet with a candle or a flashlight, you know what I mean? Like it'd be pretty cool, I think. The possibilities are infinite, right? You go through the social media, like War of the Worlds, Alien Invasion would be another really cool concept. If you guys are familiar with the old Orson Welles, if you don't know about the fucking real War of the Worlds stuff that they did, what year was it? Like 1952 or something? Orson Welles, right? Famous for being Grandpa's best friend or some shit. I can't remember why he's famous. But they did this thing called the War of the Worlds, which, if you're familiar with the book, right? There's a book. Tom Cruise made a movie about it, so on and so forth. But at some point in time, they did a live reading of War of the Worlds on the radio, and as like a, they say it was like a psyop, you know. And I know nothing's a psyop, everything's a psyop, whatever. But at the time, people like they're like, this is a live reenactment of the Orson H.G. Wells War of the Worlds, right? And people, like, you know, plain as day, disclaimer, everything. But people lost shit. They lost their shit to it, man. They thought the thing was real. They thought aliens were really invading when it happened. And there were reports of a guy, or on multiple occasions, I believe, or just one, of people that had had to check into the mental hospital and all this other shit. And one guy actually thought it was really happening, and he killed his entire family. I swear. Killed his entire family because he thought the aliens were invading. You know what I mean? There was like complete and total just chaos because of the shit. You know, he executed his family thinking aliens were going to invade and all that. But that's if you read Orson Welles, right? Yeah, H.G. Wells wrote the book. Orson Welles read it on the radio, and I've listened to the broadcast. I had it on my old computer. They're like, this is they even say like every hour on the hour they say like, and this is a live reimagining or whatever, live on radio reading of. But the thing is that they went like above and beyond to have all the people like read the parts, like the shit was actually happening, right? So that without the people killing their parents and their family and all that stuff, you kind of want the same vibe that you got from Orson Welles reading H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, right? That like you get to see the social media feeds and stuff, like a fake alien invasion, zombies, a virus outbreak. You know, there's a couple of interesting scenarios that you could put into play on this game that I'm talking about, where, you know, like you shake up the fucking snow globe kind of thing, make all the AIs nervous, right? Alien invasion is one. God forbid, a nuclear attack is another. A power grid failure could be another. You could really come up with like a dozen different themes for each season, right? Or a couple dozen themes, one to occupy each season, you know, like zombies, power grid failure, alien invasion, something, right? To make it interesting. You would be like, oh, remember that time aliens invaded our imaginary planet, right? But yeah, the story about Orson Welles and H.G. Wells and all that or whatever is an interesting one too, you know. But this was before PsyOps existed, so... But if you hear it, though, like, they did a level of production that made it believable. And I guess if you just wanted to jump to conclusions and not listen to the disclaimer every hour on the hour, because I think it lasted like 12 hours or something. It was like an all-day thing. You know, you can hear plain as day, they're like, this is a live broadcast of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, read by Orson Welles, you know. There was no like, well, they told us this was really happening, you know. People just, I guess, jump to conclusions about it. Alright. You gotta get the other interrupt. I don't, really now. Really? That fucking counter spell's on cooldown. God damn it. What happened? Is this guy naked? What the fuck happened there? Wait, hey. Alright now. Need a mana bar, please. I'm bored of Warcrafting so hard right now. Ah. The old dick twist. Grab his dick and twist it. Oh, look, another one. Yeah, Talasite. It's the worst gem you can get. Oh, why is it all glitched out, man? Anyway, that guy's repairing. Did he repair? 1, 2. Shit. Interrupt. That's shitty. Oh my god, does he have a fucking cleave on him? Yeah, I tabbed out for a second. That's why I wasn't paying attention. Alright, now. Live it, live it. What do you pull? Mango Rush? Oh. Well, what do we do about that, Stimpy? Oh my god, dude. We're gonna get there eventually. Do we have a warlock? No, they said they had a warlock. No, they don't have a warlock, so the guy's gotta run all the way back from Shatterath. It's gonna be another half an hour. I had to camp the Stam to Shield enchant the other day. It took me like 3 days. Huh. Finally got it to drop though. Are we all here? Oh my word. Beep boop up. Beep bleep boop. Do I have it? I do. That's how you handle that there. Yikes, man. This is one of the few fights, along with the second boss too, that actually gets less complicated as you have less people. If you have the DPS and the tank, it doesn't matter, you know. But it's like when you all the people bumping into each other and shit. 18%. 16%. I need to heal. Humanity's only chance. Don't knock into me. Okay, well. Oh, I hate seeing that happen. Fuck. Without a tank, he does it like every couple seconds. Can't say I didn't do my part, I guess. Son of a bitch. We hardly ever wipe on that fight. Anyway. Now that guy's gear's broken. I only need Murmur. And even then, the chances of the thing dropping off Murmur is like slim to none. It's like 1 to 5%, 1 to 3%. So well, did he pull? Right. So is a wedding one of those things where when I do finally get married, that do you have to have, like, do you have to, basically, do you have to do it? Curious. Not entirely sure if it's something that I'm looking forward to, to say the least, right? I had to go all the way to Shatter after this fight took a half an hour. God damn it. North, south? But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. If I find the right one, of course. But they're so few and far between, and look, let's just say I wouldn't get called to the majors even in the fucking Special Olympics with my batting average currently, so right. Now people are just typical, or not atypical. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm typical, right? I'm the fucking problem. I say curmudgeon, but then I looked up the definition of what curmudgeon meant, and I realized I've been using the word wrong the entire time. Right. But I'm not a particular kind of individual. Yeah, I am. Yes, I am. All my friends are getting married. That fucking nut. What was his name? If you've ever seen the video, it's hilarious. It's one of the Lowered Expectations dating video cassette tapes from like the 90s. And the guy looks like kind of like Daniel Tosh, actually. He has a complete and total meltdown. But that's the thing, is I don't invite people to do things, even when they're fun. Because even when people invite me to go do things, people are like, "Oh, wouldn't it just be?" Which is never, but which has never actually happened. I'm assuming, right? No, I've been on like a vacation once before in my life, but it was a work vacation. So yeah, that's my definition of fun. Um, right. That's my lifelong experience of fun. Is I've gone on 2 work-related vacations in 36 years now. That's the extent of my travels, right? But like when people say like, "Oh, you ever watch the movie Jason, right? When you hear he, anytime someone says like, "Oh, we're gonna go to the bar, we're gonna just hang out, or we're gonna go to the club," I've only ever been to the club one time, an entire time in my entire life. But I hear that noise like, "Oh, we're gonna go to a party." Like it's such a cringe word for me. I hear that like, oh, it's Psycho, right? No, yeah, no, from Psycho. Like, avoid it at all costs, man. That is not my definition of fun. Period. Going out and doing stuff? No, 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 no. That is not my definition of fun. Not by any means, or stretch the imagination. But it is funny, you know, that I'm that typical, particular ish. Really crazy. My fucking butt is numb. Butt's numb. But that being said, right? Like, can you guys just give me a thumbs up? Like, the invite, I would feel terrible. I have a hard time believing anyone saying that they want to take a day or more out of their calendar, call off work, use their vacation time to travel some distance, rather whatever it is, to witness me get married to an imaginary person currently, right? Yeah, I don't imagine why anybody would want to do this shit. So I don't think I'll be asking anybody to do it. That's the thing. So you guys can just phone a friend or whatever. Send your kind regards. Have your AI message me on Twitter, or whatever. Fucking AI weddings. Golly, man. This planet's gonna be a mess after all this shit, isn't it? You would think. People just World of Warcraft characters used to get married, and that was terrible. Now it's gonna be commonplace for AI to actually get married, and like, not to mention when they do, fucking lawyers have to get involved for artificial intelligence prenuptial agreements for their virtual real estate portfolio and all that shit. You're like, yeah, this is a nightmare. This is the downfall of mankind, right? Anyway, team's all here, guys. We got a guy with a green hammer, a tree. This is sort of like the cast of Galaxy's Guardians or whatever. Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like that? We got a Draenei. Oh, let me take my shoes off so my fucking. Oh, the dogs are barking. The dogs are barking. I'm Morgan Freeman. trying. This guy is named Draenei. Am I my microphone on? I gotta get a haircut tomorrow at 3. Which, yeah. But as you can see, I'm trying to sit up straight. I've been doing it for like 12 hours a day now to strengthen up my lower back. So I can see if when I get to lifting full time again, if part of the reason why I was more prone to lower back injury was because my posture when I sit. You know, but I've spent like the first week was like the first 3 or 4 days were like hell on earth, but after like a week or two now, I don't even notice sitting up like totally straight, you know, all day, which is keeps your core engaged, keeps and strengthens up your lower back and all that. So we'll see if my deadlifts are stronger and stuff. Which plus put an arch in my back, which means my bench push should be stronger too. But it ain't quite there yet. Enhancement Shaman's doing pretty good damage, but burning it this time. He's not even sonic booming. What are you doing getting out of melee range? Guy, you should be up there hitting the fucking thing. He's not doing anything. Whatever. Knowing my luck, man, as soon as I try to evocate, is when I get knocked around. Killed my own water elemental on accident. Alright, come on, Spell Strike Pants. No chance. No fucking chance. The pattern is what I'm looking for, and the pattern is the lowest drop rate possible. And a badge there. Need the nether. Alright, guys. Teamwork. Teamwork spelled, yeah, T-E-M. Teamwork. When you barely clear an instance, it's no longer teamwork spelled correctly. It's teamwork, T-E-M. Alright, now. Good teamwork. According to Shat. It wasn't that terrible. We just wiped once, right? Some of the shit was kind of funky, but I had my shoes on and realized. Oh. Anyways, how art thou? How art thou, Romeo? Is this not a crack house? Right, that fucking guy. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Just 1 minute. Uno moment. A succulent meal. I actually just got a cup of coffee. The fucking Keurig, dude, was in a time warp. Shit took forever. You guys have grown beards since then, right? Oh man, grow a beard since the last time I'd seen you guys. I actually do have a bit of scuffle here. Should shave it off. Get a haircut tomorrow. I've neglected getting a haircut for like a month now. We're in full poop sock, slumdog mode. Right. Did you just fart? Where is it? Okay, well, what the fuck more can we do now? Really? We've done all that we can do. We can farm a little bit. Get our enchants. Yeah, I love my enchanting this week. Now we got all them greens, huh? What do you do with all them greens? Where is all this stuff? Greens, greens, greens. Primal fires. Okay. The goal for my epic flying mount is to farm like try to do 10 or more primals a day, right? And I might just have an interesting story to tell. This is Buster Keaton's clever reimagining of H.G. Orson Welles' War of the Planets, brought to you by Stereo Radio. That's as interesting as it gets. Yeah, but one guy did Jerry's entire family, apparently, at some point in time. Now, can we please find where the rest of this shit is? Come on now. Hey, look at that. You disenchant those too. Alright now. Gather around the internet campfire. Yeah, but one of the things I was thinking about was like, as far as a form of like not I don't know what you call it, an income, right? Like, so when I was younger, like one of my very first hustles ever, which was through virtual currency exchanges and stuff on like eBay and D2 items and stuff, and some of the more other obscure gold websites probably aren't even around anymore. Was like farming gay, farming gear, farming gear on World of Warcraft and or Diablo 2 and selling the items, right? So what I was thinking of, like, if this forever game, right, this AI forever game, whatever it's called, you would think like if it became a lucrative sort of business to like everybody has their own AI, right? At some point in time, it's going to happen, just like the automobile. It has to. It's going to eventually. It's with you from cradle to grave or whatever, whenever they invent the thing, so on and so forth. But like, you would think at some point in time, like your attire, you know what I mean? Like your AI's attire, gear, you know, clothes and shit that it wears, jewelry, and all that stuff. Like, if you're a celebrity and it's all about status, and people have kind of in the last few years really warmed up to the idea that like I said, I used to get made fun of when I was a kid for playing video games. Now it's like everybody plays video games, right? It's not a big deal. But even celebrities and stuff, you would think, are wealthy people, like hiring people to craft and farm their gear, like their items and stuff for their unique AI. Like one of the achievements in World of Warcraft is this thing called a Thunder Fury, because it's like goddamn near impossible to farm all the shit. At some point in time, like maybe one, like for a while, like you would hardly ever see more than like two or three of them on a server of like however many thousands of people, right? Hundreds of thousands of people or whatever. And it took like an entire guild's effort to be able to farm that one item for the one guy in the guild, and so on and so forth. And I was thinking it would be cool to think of like if you had a celebrity or just a rich person that took the game real seriously and like took virtual collectibles super seriously, which you've seen some of the prices that like the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs have gone for in the past. You would think if there was a crafting element to it where it wasn't just like, oh, well, somebody really just likes this artist, or it's more hype than anything. But if you're talking about like a forever game, the equivalent of the virtual crown jewels, you know what I mean, for each person, that there would be items in game that would be quite literally as rare, if not more rare, than like the crown jewels, or like what are some other things throughout history that are like real coveted, kind of sought after items and trinkets and gowns and rhinoceroses and wedding dresses and stuff, right? So the idea would be like, well, if you're a celebrity and you take the forever game super seriously and you have the money, your AI, you employ people to help you or your AI gear up and farm the gear that it needs, and so on and so forth. So like you would think at some point in time, like in World of Warcraft, I remember some guy sold his Illidan rogue. It was like at the time it was like a record-breaking $1,500 or whatever for a double Warglaive rogue, and that was like all over the news, World of Warcraft news at the time. But that similar concept, but the idea that you might see a future where the best in slot equivalent World of Warcraft for an AI would be like you would quite literally have to employ like a team of people, like actual employees, like an actual business, you know what I mean, to basically just create your character's gear, like very unique items, things that like one of a kind, super rare, impossible to get to drop things, plus like the crafting portion of it takes a lot of time. Like you would have to employ like a team of full-time employees just to farm the stuff to make your character's gear unique, like. And you say like, well, no one takes it that seriously. I'm like, I bet you they do. I guarantee you they do. Have you ever seen how seriously some of these people take, like not challenges, but like, oh, I'm gonna be the first on my server to get level 70 or whatever. People take the shit pretty seriously, right? And you're thinking of like people that are hyper wealthy at some point in time, and AI becoming a status symbol. You know what I mean? It really, really could. Like you could entertain that. Just like someone buys a fancy car and keeps it in their garage and never drives the fucking thing. It's like, well, that would be like a year's salary for everybody on your team to farm your AI to have the best in slot items, the real coveted kind of super lucrative, super rare, hard to find, hard to get, kind of things, right? So you could entertain a potential future where like, people's AI is just their AI alone is worth millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. It sounds like an absurd number, but if you see that like at some point in time people were paying like 10 and 12 and 15 million dollars just for Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs, you're like, well, yeah, no, I guess you're right. Really, no, I guess you could possibly use a similar process to generate, I say gear, but like trinkets, rings, crowns, ear piercings, necklaces and stuff like that for your AI, and you could see a point in time where like virtual jewelry and all this kind of shit would actually cost more than the actual thing, just because how lucrative and how like the gaming experience portion of it, where that's something that more people identify with than like than not, and that number is ever increasing, right? The number of people that are becoming like tech savvy and also jumping on board with, basically a virtual persona, you know what I mean, living a second life, um, versus your actual life, like who you are in game is not necessarily who you are in real life, kind of thing. But, like quite literally, a team of people would be required to farm the silk or whatever, to make the dress or the suit or whatever. Like the reason why I feel this way is right. It's like, well, people are willing to spend that much already on NFTs that don't have any sort of like, it's just, I guess, in the name of, I don't know why they do it really, to be honest, but to each his own, I guess. But to the point where you could see one person's AI, like their character, be valued at like over $100 million or more. And that's not out of the realm of possibility, because just one Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT is worth 14 million, right? And you would think this would be like, representative of, however many thousands of man hours worth of work, like actual work, right? Like it might not be physical labor, but it is a wage for a reason, right? But I kind of like the idea of, um, craftable gear being stored on chain. Right. It'll happen eventually. You just have to make the right platform for it. The NFT craze is proof that people are willing to spend that much money on things that are virtual. Now, the amount of, and like some of these things are not things that you can just pay to have, like, you can't just create them, you know what I mean? Like there's a certain amount of skill required to achieve, or what's the word I'm looking for? To retrieve the materials made or required to build the thing, right? So you couldn't just employ like a farm of Chinese people to farm the gold to buy the shit. Like, no, you need to hire people that have a certain level of skill in game, right? Where you could say, well, if only 15 or 20 people know how to do this, then how on earth can you say that it's not worth what it's worth then, right? Like, what is it worth to you then at that point in time, right? Where a certain level of skill is required to farm the materials needed to where you could actually create a way for people to play games, professionally, and it be built directly into the platform versus like an ulterior kind of method that's currently used, where like, oh, they get sponsored by like Major League Gaming or whatever, and they get a paycheck for attending conferences or whatever. This would be like a way of actually employing people in game if they meet the requirements or whatever. But you just have to build a game that is designed to do that kind of thing, and currently, I'm not aware of any that are. Right? I mean, it's all headed that way eventually. And if not, it should be, right? But the thing I would think was cool is like, there are these people, famous people and stuff that are pretty walled off from society in a lot of ways, and they don't have a whole lot of ways that they can like meaningfully engage and interact with just regular people for multiple reasons, right? But the idea that like, one of these people that you idolize, right, would have, an AI that, and there would be like a virtual, not meetup, but like, oh, their AI is attending a. I know this sounds so fruity, right? But it's not. Like, I promise you, the same people criticizing me for these ideas now are the same people that gave me shit about all this other stuff 20 years ago, right? So, right, whatever. If not this exactly, something like it eventually, right? But like somebody like your opportunity to really meet with one of these people in real life is either slim to none or non-existent for whatever reason. But they have an AI that attends these virtual kind of like, oh well, you find out one of these guys is like really likes Comic Con or whatever, but you wouldn't expect this guy to like going to Comic Con, right? Well, he goes to the virtual Comic Con, right? His AI attends like the virtual equivalent, and you get to get hobnob essentially with their player or their character rather in a way that you wouldn't necessarily get that opportunity, in real life, right? That's an example, but like galas, I guess, is because I don't know another word for it. A reason for people to gather for no reason. But it would be cool, right? Like, oh, so and so, insert celebrity name, insert celebrity's name here is gonna be attending this so and so, right? Like, cool, I'll be there then. Yeah, sure, shit, right? It'd be cool to see like your AI actually conversating and hobnobbing with, like, I guess whatever, but enter any celebrity you want, really, at some point in time. Drag and drop whatever name, suffices for your likings. But the thing is it's not that far fetched because things like during COVID, right? A lot of these conferences and things that people normally go to were were done remotely, weren't they? Like they had to cancel the physical venue location and put together some sort of virtual production for people to attend, right? So, I mean, it worked out of necessity at some point in time, but some people prefer doing things that way, really. God knows I'm one of them usually. You get to where like, you mean to tell me you made me fly all the way here, the time I had to visit New York, unfortunately. Like you made me fly all like we couldn't have just done this on Skype, really? And then like 2 days later, right, the entire country shuts down and we're doing the thing on Skype. How funny was that? Right? Like, you mean to tell me I had to fly all the way here just to talk to you guys? Really? All right, now. A week later, the entire country was on lockdown. Right? For those who know me, the familiar with the story, it's interesting to say the least, but whatever. Say, like, you guys are just making me do this because you can make me do this, right? I don't appreciate it. But right, yeah. So, what what celebrity do you identify with, right? I don't know, fucking whatever. Chris Pratt, right? You find out Chris Pratt's AI is going to be at a function, right? Whatever it is, and your AI gets to attend with him, right? And you actually get to fucking. It's no pressure on him because it's his AI doing it all. So, you know what I mean? It'd just be cool to say like, yeah, my AI was right there with Chris Pratt's AI doing his thing. It was neat, right? Cool. Like we have our ticket stubs and everything. You might even see your AI fucking shaking the guy's hand, posting pictures on Twitter and shit, right? Eventually, it might not be tomorrow, but that is one of the possibilities as far as this technology is concerned, especially when you cut these things loose on social media and all that, right? Give them a virtual home, pretty much. But then again, his AI, that's the thing is, I want people to have the option to make their AI like a reflection of themselves or something totally different. Like one of the things I thought would be an interesting zone or whatever would be like like the Mad Max kind of like the anarchy zone, right? Like some people pledge allegiance to anarchy, right? If, they probably never build an airport, but the point being like it would be cool to see like, oh, you want to see what your reflection of yourself as like an anarchist with a mohawk and piercings and face tattoos and all that shit, right? Like some people really like that idea. They themselves aren't necessarily an anarchist, but interesting, school of thought for some people. You know, they'd like to see what it might look like, you know, in a virtual world, or a reflection of themselves kind of placed in that environment would be probably wildly entertaining to some people. But I like the idea for an anarchy zone, basically, you know, a Westworld-like zone, and then I say these as examples, but they wouldn't be these things exactly, but a Battlestar Galactica-like zone where the humans and the robots kind of hobnob together, similar to Westworld, but more modern, right? Or futuristic, right? And the Anarchy Zone where people are, you know, like Mad Max or whatever, Fury Road and all that. So there's like 3 or 4 of the potential zones already, right? I would think the Westworld one's a shoe-in, right? Just because people love that show, and it, I don't know, like old-timey. It doesn't have to be just Westworld either. What's King Arthur's, whatever his name is, and the Knights of the Round Table time, you know, kind of zone possibly, you know. But I think the idea of like, oh well, this season, like you see they do the commercials for Fortnite. They're like, oh, there's going to be a, you know, a so and so themed uh, season of Fortnite. Yeah, you would like for the game to be, well, there's an alien invasion. There's a, you know, various things happen, right? Alien invasion being one. The other thing I said was, oh, a zombie, a virus thing, a nuclear bomb, a power outage, you know. And it's like you rebuild and everything after it happens, and you get to see the experience take place and unfold in real life online and through social media, complete with YouTube videos, TikTok, live streams, you know, of the shit going on, right? It would be cool. I would think that'd be fun to participate in some way, shape, or form. Trying to think of what else there could be though, but like regular, or just a regular planet part would be cool too. Like regular normal people stuff, you know. No theme, no theme here. You know, they always like, oh, this guy employed a bot farm to do whatever on the internet for him. You're like, yeah, it'd be cool to see. Well, he employed just like 5 regular guys or girls or whatever, you know, to farm his character's gear, but his AI is worth $100 million, right? That could happen eventually. And you would say, well, it'd probably be worth every penny of it plus every man hour required to do it. And you'd say, like, how is that not a real gig, right? You're able to make that kind of money doing that kind of thing. Right. So I think my next, when I get my lift spec and routine and all that stuff again, I'm gonna do like push pull legs, and I might do like a day off, then a day of powerlifting, and then 2 days of CrossFit. That might be where one of the days I just do like 12 or 16 sets and do squats, 4 sets, bench 4 sets, shoulder presses, strict shoulder presses, 4 sets, and then 4 sets of deadlifts. Not do like any cardio that day or anything, so that way I'm getting a balance of cardio from CrossFit, regular hypertrophy from weight training, plus strength from powerlifting. And I think that's probably, and I'm still probably doing too much, obviously, but we'll see. You know, that might be something that works. because I just like doing push pull legs. You're like, you just did legs just yesterday, and you got to do a whole other leg day yet again today, right? If I break down one of the leg days to just 4 sets of heavy compound lift squats, then it's not nearly like that's good for strength training too. Hopefully. I mean, the thing about any of this is like, well, just anything at all works. Like don't get all caught up in like the minutia. It's like just anything at all, right? Is it good for you? Fuck, fuck. The thing is that it's like it's a passive game, and like your character has to do something, right? Your character has to be doing something. So the idea that how much you want to put your hands on the steering wheel versus how much you just want to passively observe this thing that kind of looks like you, kind of talks like you, lives in an alternate dimension and get to see what its life is like. You know, I don't know how. There's got to be more than one way to make that entertaining. You know what I mean? I don't know how exactly, but there's got to be more than just one way to do it, right? So you always see those people. They're like, "This is just somebody's AI." Or like, not to say I'm like an expert because I'm not, but like for someone that actually works in that field of like what is and isn't possible as far as like AI and stuff's concerned. Now, trust me, I'm sure there's some brainiac somewhere in a closed door lab that has like the full fledged, you can't tell apart from real life kind of thing yet, But as far as that being like a widely, how people are always like, this isn't a real person, this is somebody's AI talking on TikTok and shit. Like, um, the possibility exists. I believe some private corporation probably has something similar to it already, but you're not going to see a lot of, if any, individuals that have that sort of technology currently. You just aren't. Um, it's there's a lot of complicated things that go into making that possible, right? So anytime someone makes that accusation, like, oh, this is just somebody's AI, like, it would have to be like a major corporation playing a prank on somebody for it to ever get to that point. No current individual possesses the shit required to make that a reality. So like, yeah, I'm sure in some lab somewhere they might have. They say Nvidia is currently working on similar technology. It's headed that way, where eventually it will be, right? But currently it's just not there yet. As far as when people always say, is this person real or is this AI, right? Like, no, it's always a real person, probably, right? Because the technology and the compute required to do it would be basically in very few hands currently. Only a few companies could even do it, if possible, if at all, right? But Nvidia, they say, is one of the companies actually working on trying to make like lifelike 3D avatars and stuff that you can interact with. So they probably have a thing they could do, the closed door kind of like, but they wouldn't just be gallivanting the thing around on TikTok trying to trick people for no reason, right? Or would they? But I don't know how that hasn't been like the main goal for all this stuff from the beginning. Was this max headroom, but in real life kind of things. The thing is if you remember about Max Headroom, the old TV show, the AI or whatever, the cyborg that lived in the computer, they didn't have the technology to do it then, obviously, right? Even a mock-up of it, they just had a guy, they had the actual actor dress up like that, and then they just added like the synthetic glitches and stuff to it after the fact in post-production. and they just try to make it look as digitized as possible, but it was actually a real actor, and they just kind of made it look that way in post-production and all that. Come on now, dude. All this shit, all these people. These people get pissed, but it's like, come on, man. I'm not going to sit here and just wait all day. There we go. Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Fuck. Fuck. He was quick on that one, wasn't he? But yeah, that's the future, man. That's what this should all look like. That's what the goal of AI should be. Is how do you, like I say, the two-tiered Turing test of can you discern it's from, well, you know, the full-fledged thing, right? Not just the way it talks. It doesn't sound robotic, but like, no, its voice, its avatar, the way it speaks, right? You want it to, you want it to fool anybody, you know. You like, and you see it today. The reason why you know it's possible is if you ever watch these like TED Talks and stuff, these AI guys put on, they'll always say, "Can you tell which? Can you choose which of these two images is AI?" And the people like, it's a coin flip. They never know, right? Well, just if they can do it with just a still image, exactly. What is a reel of film, or what is a movie, or what is a video? Is a series of still images, right? And yeah, then they can realistically create a lifelike avatar that you cannot discern from real life. You know, my ears ringing. But yeah, if they can do it with the still image, they can do it with the video eventually. But if I get the opportunity to be one of the guys that gets to work on the fucking thing and make it a reality, dude, I'll be very fortunate. Because there's like very few of these like milestones in AI that exist. One of them being like the HAL 9000, the robot that you can talk to like a person. The other is like the shit you see in science fiction, right? The other is like the Max Headroom thing. You know, there's very few of these like kind of milestones in AI that really are like what you would hope to be able to achieve and within reason. These are all achievable goals, right? Come on now. Oh, don't mean to be a dick here, guy, but I said to each his own, kind of. That's the thing, is like if he tags the mob first and whatever, I'll help him kill the thing real quick. That way we can both move on and no hard feelings and all that. But I'm trying to get that epic mount, so I can fly around lightning fast. But I think the idea that I like the character select screen idea that you scroll through like a real TikTok feed, right? And these are available AIs, and you just tap to purchase. Some cost more than others, I guess. Some are whatever, and like you see them basically in their bedroom like you see me, and you see what a fucking goofball, whatever, you know. I have no interest in anything, right? But like you would see like, oh, they got vinyls on their wall. I said this the other day, you know, and you get an idea. Oh, well, the type of music this AI likes, right? They have a keyboard. They're arty, you know. They got a Grateful Dead poster or a tie-dye shirt or whatever. You're like, you can tell a lot about a person's personality based on the shit they have hanging on the walls in their bedroom and the music that they listen to. So you're like, yeah, I can really, you know, you have an arty AI, right? That, for example, right? But there's bunches of other things that you can use for that example, like that has one of those lacrosse things, right, or whatever the fuck they're called, a highlight scooper or whatever. And you're like, oh, they must play highlight or lacrosse. You know, there's like a whole bunch of different things that somebody might have in their room that might give you an indicator as to what their personality like, or what their personality type is like, so on and so forth, right? That makes sense. Oh man. Good lord. Well, you get what I'm saying? Guys, are you listening? You know, the mentality though is like, you know how people like to be like extras in movies and commercials and stuff, right? Like this is that opportunity for everybody, you know, Andy Warhol, the 15 Minutes of Fame and all that shit, right? Especially people that enjoy living their kind of their life. Like I prefer, you know, not to say like live my life that way, but you know, I appreciate a video game more than anybody probably. But the idea that like that's that mentality of like, oh, you know, people line up around the block to be an extra in a movie or a commercial. It's the same experience if your AI is like hobnobbing with like, you know, one of these people's AIs, you know, and you're like, oh, you know, picture my AI. Look, that's me and Chris Pratt's AI shaking hands. How cool is that, right? It's that same kind of like enjoyable experience for everybody, right? Where you can't necessarily sit there and spend 26 hours a day and shake every fan of his hands or whatever, you know, but his AI can, he can cohort probably, you know, a fair bit amount more. That's just an example, right? I act like I'm pitching this to a boardroom meeting of somebody, right? Some sort, right? In my mind, this is more like the king of comedy than it is anything else, right? Or Rupert Pupkus. Maybe he's super funny. I always say this. I get on this tangent about what the fuck happened to Robert De Niro, man. Really, all them good movies and turned out to be a fucking flappy vagina, a big old flappy vagina. Of all the people too, you would think Robert De Niro would not succumb to all this mind virus woke. I don't even know. Like I feel like an idiot using these words actually, but you know what I'm saying. You think he'd be one of the people that would just not participate, right? You could say non-participation trophy. That's actually I like that idea more, to be honest. Instead of a participation trophy, you get a trophy for not participating, right? It's a better idea for certain things. He the fucking player of the year for not participating in this shit. I got a whole that's what my room will consist of, a whole fucking rack. Look like the Michael Phelps of not participating, right? That's what my trophy closet looks like, my trophy shelf. I'm the Michael Phelps of not participating. There we go. Perfect. Put them all up there, somewhere in the background, right? Fill up my trophy cabinet with all my fucking non-participatory trophies. Right. Anyway. To not sell swords, right? Right, but the idea also, like, what was the thing the other day? Right, yeah, like you have to buy the chemistry books, the virtual chemistry books, if you want your AI to be a chemist, right? Or an architecture or this, like you actually have to purchase, for like $2 or $3 each, the copies of the fucking, like, the required textbooks for your AI to be these things require you to purchase these fucking virtualized, I say commodities, assets, whatever, but like go to the store, online store, Shopify, Amazon, eBay, I guess, fucking, and you actually have to purchase, like, either you buy the physical copy and you pay $1 extra for the virtualized copy of it, or you just buy the virtual thing for your AI, which then you can listen to like the book on tape version of it too, or you know what I mean? And it's like for your AI to level their whatever for their in-game profession requires you to actually make real life purchases and stuff. Which you'd probably sell more textbooks than before, more than likely. But you know how people like people that have a social media presence, they'll post like, "Oh, I'm gonna hit the books today" or whatever, and they'll post a picture of like the book that they're reading. They're holding the thing. Your AI would do that in real time too. It would post on social media what it's reading, what it's researching, what it's doing, what it's eating, what it's training, what it's whatever. So the entire process is documented, right? Well, that's the thing. It's so ambitious, man. It's like, I can't say I'm the type of guy that is, you know what I mean? I've I've taken on an ambitious task in the past, more than one, right? And I've rather successful, not super successful. Like I haven't had like the overall big success that you would expect from someone that's I say is like super dedicated to this shit as I am, right? Because anytime in the past I've had like shitty business associates, people that weren't serious about the shit, and so on and so forth, right? So unfortunately, with that frame being kind of like the mindset, or that mindset being kind of like the frame for this scenario, it sucks to think that I doubt myself more than I should because of other people, right? So I'm like, God, it sounds like such an awesome idea, right? It would be super cool to see come to fruition. Everybody likes the idea, like The Sims was super popular, and Roller Coaster Tycoon, super popular game. But the idea is that not to say I doubt myself to try and be the guy to try and follow through with it. Well, I need the opportunity first before it gets to that point. But the thing is, like, I don't want to doubt myself based on the fact that I've had like people that weren't as serious about the shit as I was, right? I say I'm always like, not always. I'm not an absolutist, but it seems like in the past, my biggest road bump, stop sign slash hiccup has always been other people. You know what I mean? The biggest obstacle has always been other people. Because you guys that know me know how dedicated I am to shit when I do it. Like, I'll do it till I fucking can't do this shit anymore, man. Like, knock down, drag out, fight about everything, right? So I thinks right. No, I think when I finally get to where I'm starting to rub elbows with the right people. Not to say this is just an example, not this idea specifically, but I think I will have a better understanding of uh, what my ambition looks like, uh, truly realized versus being hindered by other people in their ignorance, right? And I don't mean that like, oh, I'm somebody special. I just mean if you are familiar with the type of people that I've had to deal with in the past, using the word just ignorant is putting it very lightly. You know, that they did not have any of what they said was their um, goal in mind, right? Was all just for show. Like, they weren't about trying to actually build something, trying to make something happen. They weren't about trying to bring some sort of innovation to market or a product people wanted to use. They were just, it was all just a big cash grab for them. And that being said, that wasn't necessarily my intent, obviously. I had worked with people in the past on things that could have been really lucrative, and I worked very hard on these things, right? And I put in like tons and tons of work and man hours and research, and learned all this stuff about finance and things that I'm not necessarily familiar with, you know. And everybody enjoyed working with me, right, doing these things. But I say my employer, but say business associate, business partner at the time was more or less the more well-known figure of the bunch. So his unwillingness to participate in the process, I don't think it held me back any. Like, I don't think it looked bad on my part. I think people understood that I was kind of like, if you knew the individual and you know me, you know that at that time people weren't necessarily showing up to meet me, right? Maybe some were, but as an ancillary thing, not necessarily the primary subject here, but the the people that they weren't necessarily, my phone wasn't the thing ringing off the hook, you know what I mean? Because I was just and I still am just a doofy kid basically, um, working with people that were, you know, had ran for president before. It started numerous successful tech companies, and created an entire field of like computer science and stuff, you know. Uh, you know, so it's like those are like big shoes to fill, right? As a kid that basically just is wit. That's about it, right? And it sucks seeing that amount of expectation placed on somebody's shoulders without any intention on delivering. You know what I mean? So it's like, talk about sending somebody on a crash mission, trying to get me to like put together a cryptocurrency project at the time that was a decentralized venture capital firm essentially. And I mean, I did all right at it, man, you know, basically for what amounted to being like a homework assignment, you know. And I got paid like $1,500 a month to do it, like basically pennies, right, for the amount of work that I did. So, so to say that like my ambition is not the thing that's going to hold me back, basically. I just need to be with the right people about the shit, you know. But trying to, you know what I mean, trying to fulfill these obligations for somebody that would, like, you would say, like, the obligations for somebody like this, starting a company like that, with this amount of capital potentially flowing around into a decentralized crypto venture capital firm, investment AI platform, this, that, and the other thing, right? Would require the person that is the CEO to at least be there. You know what I mean? Not just expect everybody else to do all this shit, which is what happened, unfortunately. And I mean, I was there every day. I stayed. I got there. I say virtually. You know, there was not a centralized work location, but I got up early every day. Was there all day. I worked late every day. You know, I was at every meeting. I was, you know, and working with a team of people all from around the world and everything else. And I was getting paid $1,500 a month to do it, which is like, you know what I mean? Like at the time I was glad, right? $1,500 a month was a lot. Still is, you know, but for the amount of work that I was doing was just not a very fair, not a very fair compensation package, right? That being said, my ambition and my determination to try and win and to do the best is not the thing that holds me back. It's often in the past, it's been the people that I've, for lack of a better option, I guess, had to do business with, right? Like with what resources I have at hand, these are the people that I had to work with. I don't think anybody says that, judges me for their lack of participation in the process. That's all. You know, I think amongst the people that I've worked with, the people whose opinion actually matters, right? They've all had, you know, really nice things to say about me, that I'm dedicated, that I'm smart, that I understand things, I pick up quick, so on and so forth. And these aren't guys that didn't graduate high school, to say the least. Like, these are, you know, real people, you know, smart guys and stuff. But I hate that I've gotten into the mindset that I doubt myself because of the way other people have behaved, right? What? What? Fucking people. Yeah, it's a big open space. It's a video game, and none of the shit has your name on it, so whatever. It's in there bitching at me. I've been farming up here for 2 days now and haven't had one complaint. Like all these other people, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and wait for you to get back from eating your fucking lunch to kill a mob, right? Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking crop share with this guy. Like, you can sit there and do your thing if you want to, but yeah, fucking, he must be one of those guys that pledged allegiance to some fucking whatever guild or whatever, right? He's sitting there thinking that there's a law of the land up here on the plateau. No, this is dog eat dog shit, man. This is this is the concrete jungle, bro. I don't even know what that means. I think I've heard it in a movie before. You can stand there in one spot and farm that one mob, right? Well, let me tell you what. If I see it spawn again and I beat you to the pool, then I'm gonna kill it and loot it. Right. So as I was saying, right, like I wish I had a more tangible resume or like not to say a portfolio, but like a measure of my assets as far as like where I'm viable and helpful, right? I wish, man, like I wish I had a fucking college education. If you know my story, they aren't having that basically, right? And it probably did me better, really, in all honesty. I probably learned more not going to college, as you can see by the trophies on my fucking imaginary AI cabinet here. Um, Non-participation trophies are what I have the most of, and I think I've learned more by not participating in this shit, basically. You know what I mean? So I don't want anyone to judge me based on like the performance of my past business associates, and they're basically getting up there in years, and they feel like they at some point in time had already paid their debt to society and all this other shit, and years of wheeling and dealing and fucking people over that I wasn't aware of at the time, and you know what I mean. Their inability to try and at least even deliver on any one of their promises to these people, you know, and uh, that was unfortunate, you know. But you would expect, right? Like, what would you expect from a guy that had just got done running for president, rather successfully? You know what I mean? All this other stuff, right? You would expect, like, oh well, you say, and look, I'm not the one who made him do this shit, right? Like, he started a business with somebody, and like, he's the CEO of the thing. Like, they're putting his name on the skyscraper and shit for the data centers and everything else. And I'm like, and the business associate of his trying to get him on the phone and stuff, I couldn't get him to do it. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's not a very fair task to try and have somebody, you know what I mean? Like, and then basically me just going to work for $1,500 a month while he's, you know, making as much money as I guess as a person can doing the shit. You know, basically me trying to interface with these business associates of his as he's the CEO, but he's like, he wouldn't get on the phone with the people and shit, you know. And some of the stuff's probably kind of revealing, but you know, it is what I've dealt with in the past, so I have a right to kind of air that grievance publicly in a way that exonerates me of any of their shitty behavior, you know. And I'm not the one trying to curse somebody's name or dig up the past for no reason, but that is essentially what occurred. And it makes it difficult, right? Because I just don't want that to reflect poorly on my record, you know. Because I really, like, if you ask the people, they'll tell you, I fucking no, I tried, you know. I really put in the work. So, but for the people that weren't there, or the people that aren't necessarily as educated on the matter about what actually occurred and all that stuff, they might think negatively of me, right? Wasn't necessarily my choice. That's all. Wasn't my goal either, for sure. But I learned a lot, though. That's the thing. Is like, well, instead of going to college, I did that, and I think that in a true sense, like, how do you not learn more actually going through the process, and than you would saying just reading the shit out of a book at school, right? And turning in assignments that are about that thing but not doing that thing, right? So I think I'm one of the guys, I tend to learn better doing something than reading about it, that's all. But for those who know me, who've joined me on this leg of the race here, this last bit of my journey, the last couple of years, you see I'm kind of unrelenting about shit, right? Like once everybody leaves, I'm still the guy here, basically driving around the track in my car after everybody's gone home. If you've ever heard the song, "Going the Distance" by Cake is like the story of my life, right? I'm unrelenting about it, right? And I think that's a good thing, right? Sometimes it's not so good for me to do that, but it's a good skill to have. It just needs to be applied with the right people in the right way, and I know that. It's just those are very difficult people to find. That's all. Right, but I wish it came to fruition, man. I wish the project that I initially had worked on, I mean, don't get me wrong, I had things that come together after, but what I think had the most potential and the most, like, application and everything else, it didn't come to fruition because the people that unfortunately, I wouldn't have had those connections any other way. You know what I mean? So it's like, if I were to go any other route, I wouldn't have gotten there, and I had to go this certain way, which meant all of this other shit, right? It's like, I guess I was in it for just the education and experience, and the $1,500 a month was just about enough to cover groceries and gas, right? And a few other things. But that being said, just I was more or less enjoying the opportunity to get to work with somebody that had successfully started a tech company before, had sold it for like $100 million at some point in time, ran for president, interesting fellow to say the least, despite all the other shit, right? What do you do about it? Like, yeah, I'm in it for the journey too sometimes. But hopefully that determination, that learning experience, I'm older now, obviously, despite the fact, like, right, unless I built that time machine. And I don't talk about these things very much, right? Because some of the other people that were there, it's like their circuit, man. It's like all they do, you know what I mean? And I don't like to be someone that dwells on the past or anybody else and I don't live my life through somebody else's accomplishments or lack thereof, or I don't through their ego or this, that, or the other thing. I like to just do my own thing if I'm able to do it, right? And I don't necessarily like to dwell and like do that kind of thing, but if the way I think about it though is like a very weird type of school these people put together for me to have to go to in a lot of ways, right? And I have to say, if I hope I get a good grade, that's all. Look at it that way, right? A really cheap kind of college to go to, but a very unique kind of learning experience, I guess. It wasn't a real college, obviously, but the school of hard knocks, right? Kind of, right? So, like, I often come across, well, not to say often, but I get the impression that people criticize me for how I conducted myself in a lot of things. They really don't. I would just say like you don't know what it's like because I did it and I barely know what it's like. Right? Nobody else has gone through this shit besides me. I mean, I'm telling you, like I'm not just blowing my own horn. I'm not bragging. Obviously, I'm saying it's a very unique experience. So it's like one of those things like uh, how would you behave in a carjacking, right? Everybody's like, oh, I would get out my fucking nunchucks and I would beat the guy up and I would tie him in a knot and all that stuff. Like, yeah, until it actually happens, right? So it's like you can criticize me all you want about this shit, but I'm the one who actually did it. I did it the way I did it, and if you don't like it, then I guess go fuck yourselves, right? Like, everybody's always wanting to talk about how they're 10 feet tall on the internet, right? Until it's real life, right? Like, no, I actually went and did the shit. Um, I guess there's some things I could have done better, but it doesn't really change the fact that it is how I did them. You know, and if someone has any sort of criticism, I say, well, okay, then you do it better than me, then, right? We have one case study currently on how it's done, right? And that's me. So um, I don't know if you can do it better or not, right? I really don't. I'm just saying that if it were easy to do, then somebody else would have done it by now. You know, that's about the gist of it. Without getting into all the detail as to what that entails and everything, but kind of like the last 10 years of my life, right? Or more, really. You know, I've been through a shitload in my life, really. But for people that want to be critics of somebody, like, come on, man, it's hard to criticize somebody on something that you're not familiar with, right? Not to say you don't have the right to do it, but I have to wonder how valid is your criticism, you know? Like I said, the carjacking scenario is a good hypothetical or whatever, a good way to explain it. Like, yeah, everybody says that until someone fucking pulls a gun and points it in their face and tells you to give them your car or whatever. We'd all probably behave differently if that actually occurred, right? So I say save the criticisms for something else. I'm not trying to hear it, right? Basically, is what it amounts to. These are 31 gold each, so I don't know how many that adds up to where I need 5,500 gold for a flying mount, but hopefully sometime in the future. Come on now. Derp. Right, but any of the business associates and people that I had to work with in the past that were like actually educated and had business, doing business where they were doing business, they all say I was great, right? They all give me passing grades and good grades and all this shit on all this stuff, right? Um, for being accurate, for being on time, for being hardworking, for being knowledgeable. You know, I haven't had anybody that actually was there for the right reasons criticize me for shit. It's always people that basically just don't like me for being myself, I guess, that, whatever that might entail, right? It's not a problem at the time, right? It always ends up being a problem for somebody. That's what's funny. Ooh. See these people like, see this, like, I didn't bother that guy, now that guy's attacking him. Like, we're here to farm, and now we're PvPing. Okay. Are these guys all being mean to each other? Oh shit. Really? I'll sit in an ice block and let my pet figure this shit out then. Really? Another resist? Shit. Well, can I go in Viz? Right, right. I think we'll on sheep if I go in Viz, right? Come on now. Oh, inopportune resist. Look, it's the second one of those I've gotten in the last 2 days. Right? This fucking... Oh, Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. Right. What time is it, dude? Like, I got up super early today. Like, uncharacteristically early. But, we'll go to bed early too then. Oh, all this for an epic mount, guys. Oh, right, right. The thing is like, you can always, like I say, it's a critic's validity based on the fact that, like, when you just say, like, when you ask someone to be physically present, are they able to do that? No. Okay, well then, like, at some point in time, you're like, how valid is a critic if they can only, you know what I mean? It's like, there's a reason why. It's like, for somebody that can't be physically present, you know, there's often like, well, the reason is because I'm full of shit, right? More often than not. So how valid is that? How valid is that critic at that point, right? What's going on? Hey. I don't even know what these people are talking about, dude. I'm not gonna sit here and wait for you to not be AFK. Come on now. Good for you. We've all fucking... Is this a person bitching right now? Really? It's a fucking free-for-all, guy. Relax. I'm not being obnoxious. I'm just farming and like, look, at some point in time, I'm not going to sit there and get your permission every time I tag a mob to kill it. You know what I mean? There's plenty of instances where people have just been AFK up here and I'm just supposed to, not supposed to kill anything until I get their permission. Yeah, no. Period. Not trying to LARP with anybody right now. There's an instance, right? That guy's here first, obviously, right? We had no intention on trying to tag the mob. So I'm just supposed to sit here all day, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a prick, but I'm also not trying to argue with these people. Like, yeah, well, whatever. There's plenty of shit up here for everybody. It might require you to mount up and run around a little bit more than not, but oh well. Can't imagine where anybody would find watching me farm fire elementals is interesting regardless, but whatever. kind of hungry, but after what I ate yesterday, I should probably eat less today. But I should eat less butt. Right. Yeah, eating butt's the problem. Puh. Whatever, Jerry. Come on now. Well, I thought I had something. What's the Pink Floyd song? Thought I had something more to say. Kind of getting hungry. Someone said the other day on Twitter or X or whatever, they were like, "Oh, well, if you bump heads with the people or whatever when you're farming, they'll report you and get you banned." I'm like, how the fuck? Why? What do I do? Like, you know what I mean? I guess it either does or doesn't happen. I hope they don't, right? Like, we can just up here playing World of Warcraft, World of Warcrafting. But apparently these guys all have like gold farming operations and all that stuff, and they spam report people that play World of Warcraft at the same time, I guess. Oh, Jerry. Crazy, man. Anyway. Fuck. Wow. Fuck. Come on now. I have to do another instance here to break up the monotony. Right. Fucking traffic jam outside. Ears ringing. The Alliance have control of the plateau, though. That's pretty good. What's weird is like when the Alliance have the plateau, it seems like everybody just peacefully coexists, and then whenever the Horde have it, it's like everybody just gets camped and only the Horde can farm. Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Fuck. No. What's that song? Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. Right, right. I had a riveting discussion. You guys see my pumpkin? You guys see? Oh fuck! You guys see my pumpkin? I bought it for Halloween. Well, actually after Halloween, and I carved it, painted it after, and then it still hasn't gotten rotten yet. If that's interestingly enough, right? I didn't realize they had that kind of shelf life. Well, shit. Almost 20 motes of fire, Jerry. Or primal fires, rather. Well, now. When I was a kid, we used to do karaoke, right? And I always sang that song Smash Mouth. Or not Smash Mouth, All Star by Smash Mouth, man. Uh, my parents would like cheer me on to get up there and do my karaoke. You know, when I was younger. Hey now, you're an all star. Right. How funny is that? That's the only time I ever sang karaoke. I was like 6 years old. Still one of my all-time favorite songs. Really is a super good song. Stretch. Oh. There we are. Yeah, but this has really strengthened up my back. It's helped tremendously. I'm gonna do an instance after I get 3 more motes, and I'll make 20 primal fires, and then I'll go do something else slightly more entertaining than sitting here and farming, right? But hey, I might have something interesting pop into my brain bucket that I might want to say out loud, and you might find some entertainment in the things that I have to say. They're spelled the same, aren't they? Aren't they? The and the, also spelled the same, pronounced differently. Oh shit. Fuck. We need 3 more motes to have 20 primals. That's actually pretty good, man. I'm actually cruising to get my mount. Shit. But I'm trying to think of how the in-game governance system would work. You know, I think the election process would be cool to see, like the campaign process and like you see fucking bumper stickers and shit on people's whatever, and like the regular tribal elections or whatever would be cool to see. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know how the governance, like actually coming up with how the government or how like what your character is and isn't allowed to do based on like the person that gets elected or whatever. I think that might just be more about like how to allocate tribe resources to build and do shit like that. So it'd be like more of like a mayoral thing, I guess, than a like a presidential. But it'd be like your AI whatever chief tribal guy.com. Then again, these artist ideas that might never come to fruition. It'd be a strange day if it did, though. I tell you what. All right, now 20 of those, so we're good. And teleport to Ironforge. Hopefully the price of primal fires have gone up. I only ever really need about 3 of them, and then I can make my thing, and then primal fire. They're up from 34 gold each now. Good God, dude, they keep going up in value. Hey, that guy that was just there, 34.97 is the going rate. How many pages are there of it? 34.97, 35.39, to 35. 35.38, I guess. They went up 4 gold each since yesterday. Yikes. Well, despite the crypto market conditions, the fucking Primal Fire World of Warcraft gold market seems to be doing alright, right? Yeah. Oh, Yeah, I think the rest of my enchanting I'm gonna level as I disenchant the shit that I need to do it. Blues are super abundant. It's like the vision dust or whatever. The green's arcane dust. It's hard to get or more expensive. Rather, we should have plenty of it eventually, though. Ooh. Put our enchanting stuff in our bank. Actually, yeah. Yeah, you could. You could do that. Thought I had more mats than that, but I guess I don't. Where's all this shit I have for enchanting? Right here. Vision dust, arcane dust. There we go. Dream dust, arcane dust. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Let's do a 5-man. Come on, everybody, gather around. H.G. Wells, Orson Welles, War of the Wells. Live broadcast. I'll actually play a clip from it in a moment. So you get the impression of what it is. It was Shadow Labs, Mechanar. So you get to hear what it was like. Right. All these instances, really? Underbog's kind of shitty. Trying to do these instances now. Already read them biscuits. Sling blade. What's the one we already did earlier? Tempest Keep, Mechanar, and Shadow Labs. Alright now. Botanica. You hope that, man, all this shit, like all this primal fires, that's a shitload of gold. You can farm a mountain like a week that way. Really. Yeah, I sold a bunch yesterday, just put I think 17 more of them. Yep. Oh. Oh, good old cup of coffee. Been streaming forever, but whatever. It's the football combine. Is that what started today or something? Some pop-ups. God. Well, I'm here to help summon. We're doing the plant. Wait a second. So these people... Are they not flagged for PvP or am I not flagged? I think even... Anyway. You know, like... I pray, man, that I enjoy some success here soon so I can move the fuck away from this place. It's like just an annoying place to live, right? I know, like, oh, that's great to have that sort of freedom, right? Yeah, well, I lack it in other places, unfortunately. So if I could, you know, I'd like to move somewhere just a little more, I don't know. You know what I mean? I just don't like this town necessarily, right? I'm not necessarily from Tennessee. I don't necessarily like Tennessee. Um, it's an okay place. I'm sure there are places that are fine, but I just, you know, I'd rather be somewhere where it's warm or, you know, just better, I guess. I'm sure there are places that are fine if you like to go camping or log cabining. If that's why do they call it that? They call camping camping, but never mind. Say log cabining. Like to go log cabining? You mean vacation? Yeah, there are plenty of those. Where's everybody at? The rest of my World of Warcraft team is not here. Well, I'll be here summoning. Right. Yeah, that's one way to look at it, right? Currently, what's this thing says? That's bizarre. That is weird. I need a woman in my life, dude. This shit is treacherous. And I'm not just talking about old ladies trying to stuff my mouth full of toffee either. I'm talking about real women. Steve Brule, something Steve Brule would say. Trying to stuff my mouth full of toffee. Well, we're almost all here, guy. And I don't need badges for any reason. But more or less, I felt like I was sort of in the zone there, right? I was on cloud nine in my brain there, farming, just in a fucking malaise, right? Um, and I figured that it would be more entertaining if I did an instance instead. But I am exalted with the shitter now, and I need to figure out what I get for being exalted with the shitter. And how to get scryer rep. I think there's some pattern I need from the scryers. It's on regular. I gotta shave. I got a haircut tomorrow too. Oh, Jerry. hate doing these with only a druid. Because every time someone dies, they have to run all the way back. And we can't get a res. Oh. Where's the rest of our DPS? Jerry, is there any way we can speed this up? We all have our hot plates to get home to, right? Is he a warrior? Yeah, I think paladins usually do this pretty quick with AoE tanking and shit, but whatever. Not to say I burned myself out on World of Warcraft, but you can only do so much, you know what I mean? I try to get this epic mount. It's kind of my mission currently. These guys are different than the charged fist guys in the other instance. Where's our DPS at, man? Maybe I say that. Do we have DPS? I guess so. I guess I'm the one doing shitty DPS. I could respec something not so terrible, but I like having Blizzard for AoE and all that if we need it. Am I muted? Whoops. Looks like that was supposed to hit, but it didn't. Whoopsie daisy. Fuck. Just moon what you want me to sheep. If there's one thing I know how to do. Can we skip? How? What are you? Quite literally a wall of people. technically, why would you want to skip this shit? Just, just, anyway. If you pull out counter spell and I'm trying to like a cyclone. Can they cast that in tree form? Oh. Drink like almost a gallon of water already today. And then some. I'm Morgan Freeman. See, it's why, like, that's one of those instances where, you know, like, oh, we're supposed to skip, it's supposed to make it go quicker, but it just makes the shit take forever. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. There's not much I can do about it. thunderclap, whatever. Riveting. I wish I knew like all these days that I've been sitting here just dicking around doing nothing, right? I wish I knew some of the stuff I sit here and muttered to myself. That way I could hello mutter, hello fodder, mutter to myself. That way I could like entertain the one person who apparently accidentally ended up here and uh, doesn't know how to exit TikTok, so he's kind of stuck. He's in a Clockwork Orange like scenario currently, watching this shit on accident, right? He fucking wore Velcro pants to his Velcro couch. Velcro pants, right? He's glued. He's fucking Velcroed to the couch currently. He can't not watch this stream for some reason. Pooped? You say pooped? Yeah, I think so. The poop part. Poop. I just pray it all works out, man. This shit's hectic, right? This is like no end in sight, right? Shit seems like it. It's been a treacherous fucking couple of years, really, you know. I've been trying to slug through it as much as a human can, you know. Not to say I've met my match yet, but god damn it. Um, you know, look, I'm only human when it comes to patience, right? 36 years now I've been just waiting and waiting, it seems like, in the waiting room. Ready to start my life, and then every time I get real close to being able to do it, I get kneecapped by somebody, right? Sure shit feels that way. I try not to complain, man. I really try not to. I try to stay positive, you know. But I like to say gallows humor. Like I like to joke more than I like to bitch. Really, I like joke. Yeah, I realize it's probably not fucking. Oh, it's no Three Stooges or whatever, but you know. But to make light of things when they're difficult is kind of how I deal with it. That's all. And I've been through much tougher shit than this before, but you know, eventually though it does wear you down layer by layer, where you're kind of like, you know, when you get to the point where you're like, and I've done all I can do, you know, and now it's on other people, and I don't necessarily like those circumstances when things are dependent upon other people because my past has been, it's hard to rely on people basically, you know what I mean, to do the things correct. Um, Not to say I have that problem now, but in the past, so you can imagine why any moment of uncertainty is kind of like, oh, well, it's extra complicating or extra difficult or whatever, you know. Yeah, those guys run through the wall there, or you're what's the word to it? You know, extra cautious, extra raw, kind of to circumstance. I know I'm not the only one going through it either, you know. The only thing is that the difficulties are that uh, I guess other people have a resume. You know, I always joke about that kind of thing, but you know, like a contingency plan. I don't have a contingency plan. You know, I really don't. I can't help it. You know, there's so much I can do, but contingency, you know, it's difficult sometimes if you're familiar with some of the obstacles. That's all. So I'm fighting like hell to make it work. I could always sing that song by Smash Mouth, Rockstar or whatever, All Star. Smash Mouth. Hey now, you're in mom's car. That's what I call it these days. Hey now, you're in mom's car. But I'm glad people at least find my antics something word that's not necessarily ambiguous word, right? What's an ambiguous word to put there? Never mind. Never mind, Jerry. Crazy. Yikes. Fuck. All we have is a fucking druid anyway, so might as well battle res the tank while we're here. So that, cool. I fucking hit my block twice. I should only hit it once. Regardless, I made it through that. But in my mind, right, like the novelty, and I think Vitalik has a good point when he says the use case scenarios for cryptocurrency have to be more diverse than just gambling and memes and future prediction markets and all that stuff. I think of all the things, there is very few things that really need to be on chain, right? And I think that overall diluting. I know, like I said the other day, I want to tirade about cryptocurrency, whether or not these things are even cryptocurrencies or not, right? I wouldn't even consider an ERC20 token to be a cryptocurrency, right? There's no cryptographic hashing algorithm involved in their creation or generation or transfer or transactions or anything, right, anymore. But it's just like tokenizing things for the sake of tokenizing things is what is going to be the most difficult with that amount of freedom offered to cryptocurrency and through DeFi and all that stuff, you would think that it's biggest hurdle too. You know what I mean? That amount of freedom is what could potentially be the most problematic. You don't want people's first experience with cryptocurrency to be this fucking rug casino bullshit that people seem to be perpetrating here for the last few years. You really don't. And the thing is that the technical wonder that is Bitcoin, right, and cryptocurrency in and of itself as a science and as a financial tool or whatever, is so much better than XYZ, right? Tokenized meme coin garbage, and but I do have to say, despite the fact that there is no real reason why prediction markets have to exist on chain, right? I would say it's a novel approach to something, right? Like that's probably the most novel use of cryptocurrency that I've seen in a while. Now you wouldn't, but when they start getting into like, they want to tokenize Polymarket and they want to tokenize Kalshi, I just why? You know what I mean? There's no real reason for it. I can't imagine. But hey, look, I'm sure it makes a ton of money. I'm sure it does. But at the end of the day, it's like you're gonna that being one of the more like tame things. I think might be the way to put it, where an acceptable use but not necessary is kind of I would say is a neutral kind of thing. But when you get to the meme coin stuff, you're kind of like, well, this is an unnecessary use for something that doesn't necessarily need to exist to begin with, right? You're like a double negative. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make a positive here, but what I'm getting at is that the more novel approaches, like the more interesting things, the things you can say, like, yeah, within reason, that does need to be on chain, right? Really. There are certain decentralized storage blockchains and things that you would think, right? Like one of the benefits of storing things decentrally is like sharded and fragmented and encrypted file storage is redundant. It's super redundant, right? And like that's one thing decentralization does really well is redundancy, correct? So I believe that there is a real use case for some of these things, but I hate to see so many people get a bad taste in their mouth with, and I'm not even going to name names specific. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, but the meme coin casino that has really like, if you think about cryptocurrency overall as like a business or a thing, right? It's like it has certainly diluted the stock in what cryptocurrency should and shouldn't be doing, and that's having to redefine what cryptocurrency actually is in my book to make that claim, right? So I can understand why cryptocurrency is struggling so much, which people completely like. There are more people that preach throwing fundamentals in the garbage and utility in the garbage in the name of hype for a meme coin. It makes your head spin, dude. It's like what a waste. And like that's what they preach now. Like that's what they've taught everybody is the only thing that's important. It's like, well, why? Because 1 month every, or like for 3 or 4 months every 4 or 5 years, people quote unquote print using the meme coin, launchpad garbage to do so. Like have we really experienced a lot of anything from the fucking all the coins that we're printing? I'm like, you understand that it all has to come from somewhere and it all has to go to somewhere. Feast or famine. It's like if you were to develop things with more fundamentals in mind, there would be a more well balanced kind of approach to all of this, right? Wealth generation and creation and invention and investing and everything else. Currently, the thing is like, well, for every time there's this quote unquote feast essentially in the market, that it takes just that much more to get back to the point where, you know what I mean? Like the experience gains and the experience losses. There's a balance to it, and I think a more mature approach to cryptocurrency would be, well, accept that not everything is going to have these 10,000 times gains and all that stuff, and like no honest money comes from things like that, and use it for what it is, which is what I think Solana makes the best case for, is a decentralized financial platform for real tech innovation on top of what I liken it to is like a decentralized Wall Street with a decentralized Silicon Valley, if done correctly. My favorite projects on Solana, it's all, Solana also included on the list there, is like things like Helium and Griffin and these just really amazing and Leah, like AI projects that just really have a real reason to be an on-chain asset instead of, well, we just did that because it was, whatever reason, right? Like tokenizing things just for the sake of tokenizing things are, it's the biggest hurdle that cryptocurrency virtual assets has to overcome. It really is. And Vitalik's right when he said, I'm not going to say obviously the guy's super smart, but he's absolutely correct when he says that like turning this chain thing into just one big gambling garbage pit, right? It's like, well, yeah, that's the biggest hurdle. And if we can get over that, I say that in regulation, and common sense regulation would make, the most sense, and I think everybody's on board for that. But the less self-regulating we do now, the more regulating the government has to do later, and people aren't, some of these people have to eat shit for how they've treated the community in the meme coin casino thing, right? Some of these habitual perpetrators eventually are going to have to eat shit for it. They always do, but until then, though, like for every bit of self-regulating we don't do, trust me, the government will more than likely step in and do it for you, right? So the goal is to be responsible now, so you don't have to force the government's hand to be responsible later, because God knows they love to do it, right? And I'm on like really neither side here. I'm just saying that it pays to be mindful now, because think their bread and butter, as much as some of these people like meme coins and shit, the government loves regulating just as much as some of these people like meme coins, right? So, not being an expert on either of these things, my opinion is it's just do your best to do it right now, so they don't have to force you to do it right later, and they're not as forgiving when that happens, But to see that so few projects have a legitimate reason to be an on-chain asset makes you wonder what's really going on. You know what I mean? And I've listed a few that I believe do have legitimate use cases for being on-chain assets and tokenized protocols, and that being the kind of what is that? That being the kind of fundamentals. What is that? That being the kind of fundamentals that I'm talking about. The like if I had a company, right, and it was a crypto company, which I don't, but if I did, and people were trying to pitch me on the idea of doing another token or another cryptocurrency, there would have to be a strict criteria for me to say, yeah, okay, yeah, that would make sense, right? And my own vetting process, which is whatever, to take it or leave it, I guess. But given my own vetting process that I have in mind, there is very, very few virtual assets that need to be tokenized on chain. They're just there's just not that many of them. That's all. I think one of the perfect examples though is Helium. The token generation portion of it, there's like it makes sense, right? It's like one of the very few real deal kind of just super fundamentally sound projects out there, and I hope to see more projects like Helium, right? But currently it's so few. You just hate to see something so powerful be used to do so much stupid shit, right? You just hate to see it used that way, that's all. Like the amount of things that we've managed to accomplish in such a short period of time, you're like, if only everybody had that attitude, right? It would be super helpful. But like I said, we've gotten away from preaching fundamentals to preaching hype and ignorance, right? Like, and I've gotten into a fucking numerous arguments with people about fundamentals and versus hype and all this. And their argument always is, it's like, well, it doesn't matter. All the hype is what prints. It's like, yeah, but you're talking to someone that got involved in Bitcoin for quite literally, like I've mentioned 100,000 times, every Bitcoin mined at some point in time was at a net loss. period. Like the equipment cost plus the electricity, every Bitcoin mined was negative dollars out of your pocket, right? And that's when I was involved with Bitcoin. So the idea that, and look at where it's gone today, right? So the idea that, well, yeah, Bitcoin wasn't necessarily printing at that time either, but it's still like an amazing technology, right? Looking for projects that have similar earmarks to the things like the early days of Bitcoin is what is really going to make the case for cryptocurrencies to flourish and exist to begin with. But when people sit to where they say like, well, the only reason that you're saying your criteria or whatever is because of the coin, whether or not the coin prints or not, it's like that's kind of an embarrassing argument, really, you know. And like, unfortunately, it seems that that's a majority of the cryptocurrency community. And look at where it's gotten us. We've had like over a year now of just bedlam, you know what I mean? And I think it's because of that specific mindset that people tend to have. And I hate to say that, like, being involved in cryptocurrency currently, like, despite the fact that that's not my opinion or how I conduct myself or what I believe in, has made this a really rocky road, right? And it just sucks, you know, having to basically financially pay for other people's shitty behavior and their lack of give a shit, you know, basically. But hopefully we get over it soon and there's less people like that in the future and we don't all have to pay the price in the long run, right? But it is annoying. It's still frustrating. Like the people holding up the show here, or the, you know what I mean, or the people that give the least amount of shit about the actual potential of cryptocurrency, right? The people causing it the most trouble are the ones that give the least amount of shits, or whatever you want to call it. Could care less, right? It's like, what an embarrassing stance to say, like, well, none of that matters. It's all hype. It's all this. It's all that. It's like, okay, well, we'll see in the end then, right? Like, what actually wins this sort of debate here? And I've argued and argued as much as a person can to the point where I just, you know, whatever, then I've stated what I believe to be the facts here. I've explained ad nauseum, like, you know, till I'm blue in the face, why it is I feel that way, my reasoning for it, you know, evidence to prove what I say, right? What factual basis for making my claim. It's like, well, you know, okay. At some point in time, just like the ICOs where eventually the government stepped in and regulated everything, didn't they? From what I remember, or at least to some degree or another. Foreign governments did. I'm pretty sure the US government did too. If you don't think that at some point in time that they don't want to do the same to meme coins, then you're out of your mind, dude. It's all they do. It's their bread and butter. It's all they care about. So what I'm saying is, try not to give them an excuse if possible, right? But when you have something that's not based on any fundamentals whatsoever, it does make it difficult to do, right? It makes it far more difficult. Like, come up with, in your mind, what you consider to be just best practices for yourself, things that reduce overall risk, and just do them yourself, right? For fuck what anybody else says or thinks, but just in the name of easing your own mind, right? Do what you say and what you think is best, right? And yeah. I hate to say they're paid shills that say that kind of thing, man, but I don't know if they're genuine or not. I really don't. When they invade a chat and suddenly the one person that has an opinion about utility ends up having his name shit all over by everybody, all the nameless, faceless individuals, you're kind of like, do they work for George Soros? God damn it. Is this a psyop? Everybody knows jet fuel can't melt steel beams, right? Anyway, shut up. Never mind. You get what I'm saying, though. You'll die, Jerry. I, probably gonna pull aggro. Oh, Curse of Elements. Yeah, awesome job. Oh shit. Without getting on my high horse or pretending anything, but just common sense, right? That's all. I think the idea of like a finite supply minted token, I think one of the good services that someone could develop at some point in time, I'm sure the thing already exists, but a like a DAO migration service, like for the coins that launched on like Pump Fund and stuff and actually do have a reason to exist and all that stuff, when they if they want to migrate, because they do have what's it called, a token fund or whatever now, which is like I think you migrate just from one thing to another. It doesn't really but like custom smart contracts, DAO, kind of a service to like help people to get there, versus using the cookie cutter solution, because so much shit seems like it's destined to change eventually that you'd hate to exhaust like your one opportunity to have everybody migrate a token to a new token or a new contract, and you know what I mean, and it not be adequate to facilitate the needs of the actual token itself. Like if you wanted to establish a DAO or something, right? I'm sure that like, wow, my ears ringing. I haven't looked too far into it. The service, something like that might exist already. I don't know, but I would think if you could, or essentially, potentially, pump fund to do that themselves would be something I would like to see it if they did, right? Versus just the current thing. But I'm not the most well versed person on all this shit, but the idea that the current state of things is like a cookie cutter migration thing, a 3 month lockout, and it's like and it's really kind of gimmicky. It's just to get creator fees to the person that's the token contract holder or whatever. Not everybody's familiar with the migration process. It doesn't really serve the token holders. It really serves the creator of the token, not necessarily in the right way either. And it doesn't really give you a lot of new features or new ability to like, you know what I mean when I say like what you're actually able to do, smart contract interaction, all that stuff. It doesn't actually grant you like a whole lot of new, ability with your smart contract. It's more or less just a way, I think, if I've read correctly, that to basically just get the creator rewards or whatever, which is like really lowbrow kind of lowest hanging fruit solutions to like a pretty diverse problem, right? Well, if we could just get a percentage of every time the tokens, it's like, yeah, I mean that's kind of gimmicky though, isn't it? Like you would think I guess that works for some people, but I'm not saying like, oh well, listen to me because I'm right or anything, but uh, it seems like a cheese ball solution, right? It doesn't solve the problem, right? So whatever. Custom DAO smart contracts is what I would say versus cookie cutter migration. But a service, to help facilitate migrating to a DAO would be, I think, something that would be successful. Something like that probably already exists. I just haven't spent a lot of time doing research on the matter. I don't have a reason to. I don't have a reason to do this shit. What are we doing now? Fuck. Can't necessarily do nothing about that. This is why the skipping thing always makes shit take longer. Battle resist. Yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah, if you could, I say that's something that's more nuanced though, like automate that process towards custom smart contract migration for a DAO, but looks like I'm not the only one that died there. Uh, the thing is though, is that it's not like Claude. You don't want to fucking vibe code your goddamn golden unicorn project into the dumpster because you know what I mean? So I don't think the automation portion of that sort of thing is there yet. Obviously some automation assistance trying to write the right smart contract for that kind of thing is probably useful. But I wouldn't depend entirely on trying to like automate the process yet. Shit, the fucking stuff's getting there though, ain't it? Why am I not able to zone in? Is this the right place? Oh man, oh man. I guess not. I'm always at the fucking wrong place. But like I said, as a service, you think, well, what this season, like a TV show, everything in my mind is kind of like a TV show. What we've learned from this season of crypto is, well, there are few projects that will probably successfully pass this fucking trials and tribulation with that were launched on Pump Fund. The ratio of successes to failures is going to be pretty, I wouldn't say alarming because it's only alarming if you didn't succeed, but something you would wish to see a better ratio of, that's all. But for the ones that do succeed, you would like to see some assistance in guiding the thing to the goalpost as far as migrating to a smart contract that actually facilitates the needs of that token versus just migrating through migrate fun in the name of giving the token creator rewards or whatever, which these are all things. If I were grading how this happens, I would be paying attention to the people that are trying to do this shit the right way, you know. And I'm not saying pump token fun or whatever the fucking migrate fun isn't helpful. I just see it. You would just think if you thought so much of what you're doing in the project you were developing and the thing you were creating, why would you not want as much feature as possible, right? As many features as humanly possible on your smart contract. Really, you could potentially migrate a finite supplied token to a new smart contract, which would allow you to either mint, generate some sort of token generation and destruction mechanism. So circle of life, kind of, Lion King, Mufasa shit, whatever. But you have a lot more options to do something meaningful and helpful and potentially, add utility to your project versus migrating it in some cheeseball cookie cutter thing to get creator rewards. Like the same thing I say about, and this isn't true for everything, but the same thing I say about, like, if you're really trying to innovate and create something new, why are you willing to forfeit anywhere between 10 and 20% of it to an exchange just to have the thing traded? You wouldn't necessarily request that of a major company to get listed on, like, the Nasdaq or the Dow. So why is that common practice in cryptocurrency? It's like either you don't think very highly of the thing that you're creating or not highly enough, or the thing you're creating isn't that helpful, right? But if you think about it in the sense that like traditional companies like Apple or Walmart or Microsoft or whatever, it's like at no point in time would you ask the creators of those companies to forfeit any percentage of their company to be traded on the Nasdaq or the Dow or the New York Stock Exchange, right? Why do people accept that sort of thing for crypto then? I don't get it. When I say best practices, that's kind of like the best practice thing I'm talking about. That's one example of what you would consider to be best practice, right? Like you wouldn't do that. And I'm not saying these are stocks. I'm not trying to make any sort of, like, blur the line here. I'm just saying best practices. We all know what, like, best practices might look like, right? Even people that aren't necessarily familiar with this shit, right? But we all know that. Why are we doing this in crypto, but we don't accept it in regular business, right? It's like, well, maybe pay attention, That's all. Maybe pay attention to those things. Why do we make the exception? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, if what you have is really what you say it is, then what the fuck are you willing to sacrifice so much of it to some shithead exchange, right? I don't believe in it, dude. And not at all. And I'm not saying I've got the next whatever. I'm just saying that if I were to create something and I were willing to part with that much of it in the name of just getting it listed on an exchange, I would question whether or not what I was creating was truly innovative or not. That's all. And it's not new thinking. This is grandpa thinking, dude. This is old school people thinking, right? This is you know, more or less a traditional finance approach to something, but you would think if it's worked this long for those guys, right? We're entering these rocky territories where people are, an extended period of drought, unfortunately, and you're kind of like, how do you ease that pain next time? Well, these are kind of things everybody can do, I guess. Just be a little more mindful about what's considered normally best practice without necessarily copying exactly what they do, in my opinion. I liken it to this skipping shit, right? The kids today, right? They all want to skip past all the pulls, and it ends up taking you more time than just doing the shit right the first time. They're all about getting to the finish quick, and then this, that, and the other. Like, we have spent an hour now trying to skip one pull. It takes 3 minutes to do it. That's all. And we've all had to run back, rebuff, and do all this shit. I've yet to see one I've been playing this expansion for like 3 weeks now. I've seen one circumstance where skipping anything actually went according to plan, right? That's all. But you would like to see that sort of approach integrated directly into Pump Fun if they ever do it. Like, obviously I have no affiliation or anything. I just, the things you would like to see from the people that can do something about it, right? You would like to see them have some sort of avenue for people to migrate to custom smart contracts. That's all. One of the many things that can be done eventually, right? And if not Pump Fund exactly, something like it, right? Or some launch pad or something, right? Or a service that does it, right? It doesn't have to be all in one place, but I don't really like AoE in these things, you know, because like they hit hard, and he's not a paladin, and zombies. I mean, there probably is services that exist like that, because look, it wouldn't be the first thing that migrated to a custom DAO and all that shit. I'm just saying, whether or not people know that option even exists, right? I guess serious developers do, but you're trying to think of, you know what I mean, just a way of making it more common practice. That's all. Before anything happens that we don't want to happen, right? Hopefully. Come on now. Got my new weapon the other day. Blade of the Archmage. I gotta get it enchanted, but I don't know the materials for it yet. Someone has it somewhere though. Well, it's all purples now, guy. I passed in the ruby slippers to somebody the other day, and I wish I hadn't, but I did actually win the cape, so it was like, regardless, I think I ended up with a couple pieces of gear. New bracers and a new cape here, the ruby drape of the Mysticant. Who's Mysticant? Clark Kent. Mysticant, right. Who's Mysticant? Superman. Who's Superman? Never mind. Uno momento. I need mana. You ever notice how anyone that kind of looks like Charles Manson also kind of looks or kind of sounds and acts like Charles Manson? Have you ever wondered how that happens? I'm curious if anybody has the answer. I realized the other day, I'm like, how is it that every person I've ever met that somewhat resembled Charles Manson also kind of sounded like him and also kind of acted like him? Makes you wonder, right? How the fuck is that possible? Oh no! We're all low health. Good. Did we kill them all? God, how many trees are there? They're not all on our team, are they? What the fuck? Saplings? Yeah, some people say just zerg the boss. I say we're gonna go slow and steady and win the fucking race, dog. What's like the, there's like the Triple Crown for horses. What's like the fucking IndyCar 500 for dogs? You know, like NASCAR, Daytona. What's the Daytona 500 for dog races? Is there an equivalent? You get what I'm saying? Gross. Damage and healing. Oh shit, is that an upgrade? 36, 33. Shit. Warp and fuse drape. Wait a second, that is though. Wait, maybe it's not. It's a pretty good thing though. 3 gems is gonna be 45 gold each. And let's see here. 30 hits. Yeah, it's all side grade. Yep. Ooh. Yeah, sure, did I win? I didn't know I won. Where is it? Oh, I actually, if I didn't win over somebody else, I might actually wear them. Let's see, int. See, I'm actually going to wear them. I might actually wear them, actually. Here, you can... Wait, were those BOE? Were those... Let me see. Were those... If those were BOE and I just equipped them, I'd be so pissed. Boots of Ethereal. Those were BOE, dude. You just equipped them. Did I really? Boots of Ethereal Manipulation? Why did it ask me, though? They aren't. Why did it ask me if I wanted to equip them? That's not the... Oh, that's... Bindings when picked up. Why would it ask me if I want to... Yeah, well, I'm trying to farm Spell Strike. Yeah, I'm exalted here. Regular bot 4. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, shit, man. These are an upgrade. Sort of. It's like, I wouldn't roll on them. Let's see how much crit 21 Spirit is. I wouldn't roll on them like, you know, it's... Spirit attack, whatever. However, if you're referring to specific birds for mages, I mean, come on now. Mana regen. I thought it gave you crit. Did they do that later? So the others are better because all that gives you is less damage and mana regen. So we'll save them. Anyway. Streaming for 1,000 hours. The State of the Union, yeah, I guess whether or not I do need to watch it or not, I don't really give a shit. State of the Union. It's a union, right? It's food, right? It's the equivalent. That's how I feel right now. It's definitely still a union. God damn it. Ow, shit, just sat on my nuts. Gross. That one ball going completely into my butthole just now. My balls went completely in my butthole just now. What the fuck, dude? Ow. I had a ball stuffed into my asshole, right? It's never happened before. Anyway. Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. You know, whatever. Some days they'd let me not have to wear my helmet. Rune Song Dagger. Oh, look at that. A Void Crystal. I don't know if I can disenchant. Not quite. I need 300. I need 15 more points, but I'm not trying to spend my gold yet. Oh, Jerry. Oh, wow, dude. All those fucking sold already. 1, 2, 3. See how much gold that is. Right? It's just a video game. Relax. It's real life to me, goddammit. Real life to me. Make that noise. That's everybody knows that's the noise you make when you do it. Oh, Mr. Moneybags, look at you. Oh. Well, now I know to sell them for more gold next time. How much are they going for? They keep going up in price, dude. That's insanity. 35 gold. Do I have any listed still? Like the guy like just bought them 2 minutes ago. 1,000 gold, dude. I'm a fifth away there. Took me 2 days to get that. Could farm more. Now I got a thirst for blood. I'm headed to the plateau, Mom. Pack me a sack lunch. $5 gold each. Right. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot, dude. Can you believe the government secret space program wants to clone me and send me into space? Come on now. Right. 539. Idiot. What have we here, Jerry? Let me explain to you, Jerry. Clearing up space. 1,000 gold. Yeah, I must say, moving up in the world, are we? Yeah. Typical. Crit strike rating and dodge. Won that by accident. Vendor is 3 gold. Right. What have we here, Jerry? Do we have the master plans, Jerry? Oh, I do have a PvP trinket. Alright now. Those fucking primal fires, dude. Fucking 35 gold for one of them? Really? Okay, if you're paying it, I'm selling it. That's a lot of gold. So what do you guys think about Ethereum, right? You think the shit is on its way out? I hope not, but you know, I just mixed reviews about it. You know. I think it's one of those things where so many people have a vested interest in it succeeding that, like, despite the fact that technically it's not as impressive as Solana, that, you know, that they want to keep it going as long as possible. But I don't know, man. These Claudbot things have me wondering what the fucking mining you could possibly come up with for something like that, but for crypto, you know, it's a It's like, well, wouldn't it be better, right? No, what I'm getting though is that what it can't do is the infrastructure part, right? Like it still has to access various APIs and other third parties and this, that, and the other thing. And but if you were to put some sort of resource load on the actual box itself, plus all the fucking markdown shit that lets it connect and do all this stuff, you could potentially decentralize the AI infrastructure to a degree. How much I don't fucking know, but some. Um, you know what I mean with that concept in mind. Um, but now currently it's like, oh well, yeah, well since it's just accessing APIs and shit, right? Why does it even need a MacBook Mini thing? That's like probably way more than it actually needs, right? Because it's not really doing anything locally, is it? Which please, I haven't. One of those things I have an opinion on, but haven't researched. But I feel like people talk about it enough to where me just gallivanting around my brainasium that hopefully it doesn't hurt your feelings. You get what I'm saying though, like, because I was thinking like one of the people or whatever, someone mentioned that yeah, it doesn't necessarily need all the resources that a MacBook Cube GameCube thing needs or whatever. So, at what point in time could you decentralize the actual like graphics compute and infrastructure part of it, like the actual hardware, system resources and hardware and all that? It, you know what I mean? Could you? Yeah, probably. I think. Would one box be enough to do? I just said I don't know. Latency is always an issue with that kind of thing. But even if you could get it to bootstrap, piggyback some of the requirements, right? Like just to ease the workload, right? How much? I wish I knew the aggregate number of like how much teraflops. How much teraflops do you need? How many teraflops does all of the shit require, basically, right? And can you allocate a portion of all the teraflops to each box, just teraflopping just a little bit, and then overall you need less data centers and stuff, right? It has to work that way, doesn't it? Can you say you need 1,000,000 teraflops? Can instead of putting all 1,000,000 teraflops in one building, can you put 1 teraflop in 1,000,000 boxes? Does that make sense? Mom, Dad, anybody? Can we distribute the teraflops to something? To something is the point I'm trying to make. Right. If I ever find a woman that looks like this, I will just eat her underwear, dude. God damn it. Now you know how Kathy Bates felt in in Misery, right? Just if I ever, right? If I ever, what if we have a movie? What was the other guy's name in that movie? Kathy Bates. What was the guy whose ankle she smashed with the sledgehammer? Right. Now I know how Kathy Bates felt in that movie. If I ever see a woman that looks like that, I will eat her underwear. Not Kathy Bates, obviously, but whatever. Clarity. Derp. Oh. Congratulations. Phew. Shoes. Oh, let's play the part of the thing here. Remember, we were talking about it earlier, guys? We were all laughing and saying how funny I am and how cool I am and that I can sit at any lunch table with anybody whenever I want to. Remember, guys? Remember when we were all saying that just a minute ago, guys? Right, guys? We all said we were friends with me for reasons other than the fact that my parents have an in-ground swimming pool, guys. Right. Anyway. What was it? 1938. So this is like the middle of World War II, and this guy pulls this fucking stunt. Well, not quite. Well, for some people, not for America, right? History? History. Most of the world was at war. We were just fictitiously at war with aliens until 2 years later when the Japanese did what they did. It's probably super loud. But listen, like, they went and before the broadcast and in the middle of the broadcast and every hour on the hour, they played that message. This is a live reenactment or whatever, reimagining. Shit, man, I should have stayed here. Look, the fucking Horde have the plateau now. If I try to land and farm, like, these people are gonna fucking kill me. Hey, I didn't know that. Yeah, that fucking guy. He's not gonna like me killing this mob, is he? If I had to guess, are you gonna try and cast it on me, guy? I didn't mean to hit you there. Hey, cool. I didn't mean that. All right, cool. No, we can get along, guy. But okay, so since this is super lame, um, remember this was the 30s. They hadn't even invented fucking Nintendo yet. So that passed for entertainment, right? But keep in mind, no, the idea is though is to have a simulated planet with one of the seasons or 2 year period of time where like themes for the game kind of exist, right? Would be a War of the Worlds, like where your sim planet is essentially invaded by aliens. We might get the fucking real thing before then, dude. Right? We might get the real alien invasion before it gets to that point. But the thing is, it would be cool to see what generated content like AI would come up with, where essentially all of a sudden alien inhabitants, right? So this could be like expansion pack 10 or whatever the fuck. But the idea would be what kind of shit, like you in reality the thing would actually be, you would have like real radio broadcasts, you would have real videos, you would have all sorts of shit that would strongly resemble or be the exact same. Fuck me running. The exact same thing, right? It would all kind of sound like how that was an imagining or reimagining. It wasn't like there wasn't a real alien invasion at that time. Maybe there was, but the point is that, but being AI generated, right? If that makes sense. Would be one of the season's themes, I guess, without a better way of putting it, I guess. Are you guys trying to kill this guy? I almost don't like getting involved with the shit, really. Because for every time you kick one guy off the plateau, you fucking... Right, but you can see what a nuclear bomb going off one of the seasons, right? And or alien invasion, zombies, right? It would be just cool to see and they would really just exist on social media. They would blog about it. They'd create websites. You'd see what businesses popped up trying to, like, zombie extermination services, right? Like you could potentially, um, what what could be done here, right? There's a lot of potential. How do you keep that kind of thing a secret, though? You're like, you don't want to spoil it and tell them that there's going to be a zombie invasion. You really want to just keep the shit a secret, and then when the expansion's released, you would start seeing like the news reports. You know what I mean? Just like if you've ever seen the movie Dawn of the Dead, the beginning of it starts with them like, oh, starting early again today or whatever. The ambulance truck driver. And they thought it was like, oh, just a regular day at work that day, and then suddenly fucking nope, zombies. Nope, aliens. Nope, zombies. I wish. It's like super quiet. I get on a layer with less horde? Spawn rate's still pretty good. Right. So many teraflops. How many teraflops is it going to cost us to have this? How many teraflops? You don't want to go poach any hordes kills though, because they will fucking attack you and shit. The other guys will just sit there and bitch and complain. But the horde will actually fucking kill you for doing it. Oops. Whiffed it. Wow. Well, my window is open and it's now dark outside, so my case for natural lighting here, in the name of making me look less pasty, is null and void. Let me guess, your day was more productive than mine? Probably. I can't fucking help it, dude. Go outside and dig a hole for what? Just the sake of digging a hole, I guess. That's a Brian Regan joke. He's like, go outside and do activities, right? Just a stick in the mud. Whatever the joke was exactly, I can't remember, but... Is this an activity? Right. God damn it. Well, now I got two of these things. Gotta be able to... Don't do it, guy. It's not worth it, guy. Of course you're gonna try and do it. Because I have fucking no help. I don't even have a fucking counter spell. Fucking idiot. Like, come on, just don't bother me. We have a good thing going on here. I fucked that up like so many different ways too. So they have to farm with a PvP trinket on because that guy's gonna have to fucking stick up his ass about it. Now I'm in the fucking China spot, right? The same guy. Warlock, no. I'm trying to see the fucking mage that attacked me earlier. Because it's 50 to 1, leave me alone. So in my combat log here, what was that guy's name? Jujubee? So keep an eye out for fucking Jujubee then. And of course, there's 2 other mages there now. I don't have beef with them, I just want Jujubee. But all these other guys don't know that. I almost never Arcane Explosion spam, but getting that fucking like I am not great at world PvP by any means, man. I hate getting involved because if I can sit there and ruin my farm and all that shit. Because it's not necessarily, I mean, there is some skill to it, but I've never really practiced world PvP that much. It's just, but you end up where like you get zerged and zerged and zerged. It's like, what do you do? And then you fucking, you know, it's just annoying. It's not productive, you know. I mean, like I guess whatever. I'm not as good at it as I could be. Basically, I've never really practiced trying to be good at world PvP. But no, that guy fucked with me earlier, so he's the only one I want to fucking kill here. Alright, I've got me a fucking China spot here. Back behind the bleachers. Get 3 elementals every couple minutes. Ouch. I can't believe I farmed all these like at level 60 70 the first time. I didn't know about this spot here, dude. This shit's ridiculous. These things are it's so much better to farm here than the plateau. This is, I guess, a plateau also, but there's a plateau in the Grand that's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I might have been farming different kinds of moats or something. But regardless, this is like much better. It should just keep spawning, really. I don't have to run around. About as quick as you can fucking drink back to full and shit, man. Respawn. Well, neat. Oh fuck, wrong button. Derp. Shit. Seemed like it was going quick here, but fuck. Now it's taking its sweet ass time. Jerry. Gee, really? I don't know if it's better to run around or not. 0, 0, yeah. Shit. We're gonna have to have a fucking epic showdown now. Honey, let's not fight in front of the kids, right? Did it reset our... Did it reset? It did reset. Yeah, I don't like playing Arcane. Arcane is shitty. I don't like it. Arcane is lame. You go out of mana real quick. You have to pay attention. I don't know how it could possibly have changed from the original though. Well, I might venture away from here. How the fuck does that guy's pet have a warlock curse? Does that mean someone got ganked or something? Yeah, I go into a trance when I do this, right? I'm gonna fall asleep sitting up and all that. Trying to think of what I want to watch, man. I tried to watch something yesterday. I forget what, but it seems like no matter what, I go to sleep and I wake up and Ancient Aliens is on. Like no matter what channel, no matter what I do, seems like no matter what happens, like I go to sleep watching Netflix, I wake up and YouTube's on and it's Ancient Aliens, right? I fall asleep in the living room, I wake up, I'm in the bedroom, it's Ancient Aliens, right? What the fuck is going on? Let me guess, you want to fight me because I helped? more often than not. People are that way too. What is it about people that just, I guess, man, whatever. People and their particular sort of shit they do. Oh man, oh man. God freaking shit, huh? Alright, gonna have the mana pot. Hate using the mana pot, takes 3 gold, but if one moat drops. Whatever. Alright, now. One after another after another. So I guess that guy's just there AFK. I'm like, I was supposed to let all this shit run around forever. Really use a crit right now. Shit. Just get the full mana and health for just a second, please. Well, that's quite the respawn here. Shit. This Jujubes guy pissed me off earlier. I'm not really trying to fucking bump heads over and over. Trying to get that goddamn epic mount. AFK, retard. Sit there all day while the thing runs around. While it's sitting there beating on you. How many are we at now, Jerry? Is it good, Jerry? Oh. Well. Oh. How the fuck did that guy beat me to the punch on that one? Oh, good for him, I guess. Instead of crying. God damn it, dude. I had a good spot there. I probably should have stayed there. Oh, this guy. Fuck. Fuck. That spot's probably the best spot right there, but no chance of that. Fuck, how the fuck did I miss that? Derp. I do have this macro that, like, it doesn't give you the circle when you cast Range Nova, which is super annoying. It just automatically casts it where your mouse is. It's kind of annoying. I don't know how to change it. Probably if I took 5 or 10 minutes, it would probably find a solution, but oh, Jay, oh, Jay. Drop rate's not as good as it was earlier. It doesn't seem right. My bag's filling up with trash faster than anything. Fuck. Bit off more than I can chew there. I didn't realize nothing was going to spawn. That's good, though. That's a good problem to have. Except for the dying part. Fuck. Really? Are they out of combat? I don't have any band-aids on me either. Where's my evocate? I already used my evocate. Really? I went invisible. Why are you still trying to attack me? I'm out of combat. Quit it. Quit fucking chasing me. Fucking running with scissors and shit, dude. Leave me alone. You know it's not polite to run with a pike in your hand. Dangerous. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Soybean Commission. Leave me the fuck alone. Son of a bitch, dude. Was he fucking attacking this guy who's glitched out? A million infinity% health? Can't take damage? What the fuck was that about? Alright. Come on now, let me get back to full mana, please. It's like I haven't been at full mana this entire time. It's been a fucking nightmare. Like all this shit swarmed and padded right in front of me. Drink it up. Drink it up. We're your biggest cheerleader. God damn it. I can kill this guy even though I don't want to. At least I have low health. And a helmet. Is this old Jujubes over here? No. I have to say, I'm still pissed about that guy trying to jump me earlier. What the fuck is going on here? Three of these things all by myself? It's like fucking hectic as shit, dude. Why the fuck? You gotta wear your seatbelt to play World of Warcraft. All this up and down. Leave me alone. I just want to farm my elements. Alright, now. As you can see, I'm still sitting up straight after however many hours of World of Warcraft this is. Is he fighting somebody? Oh, you had to be that guy, didn't you? This entire team here. Right in front of everybody. Try to be a fucking sneak. Also to be a sneak, right? Hate having if I can blow my cooldowns. It's likely that guy's gonna respawn and I'm gonna fucking get ganked by him. Is there just one of these? Because it is a warlock. Why'd you say it like that? But that guy was just trying to do his thing there, you know, that guy wants to fucking make it hard on him and all that. He rezzed. Where is he, guys? Is he attacking you? Oy vey. Water's good for people. If I had like 200 more spell damage, I would probably two-shot these mobs instead of it having to be like a cone of cold, ice, all the added shit you have to do. Vacation's all I ever wanted. Vacation, I don't get away. That's what I need, though. I really do need a vacation. This shit is all work, no play. All work, no play. As you're sitting here playing a video game, sir. You know what I mean. Trust me, if there were anything slightly more enjoyable to do than this, I would be doing it. Is this GGBs? Don't be GGBs. Well, you want me to wait for you to drink back up to full health for 10 minutes while this thing respawns, right? The Horde are more reasonable than the Alliance about the shit. I think we're getting all sorts of fucking hate mail earlier about trying to farm up here. Oh, he's got that tier 5 helmet already. Warlock does. That could probably sauce me in a fight. Yeah, stay away from Warlock. He's fucking already got the auto win button. Fell Hunter. Or not even a button, dude. They don't have to press a button to kill a fucking mage usually. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Fuck. Keep an eye out for meanies. Meanies might try to gank you. Yoink. I have like 16% hit, and these things are level 71. Why is it resisting? Wraith. Wrath. Is it Wrath or Wraith? What do they do here? Wrath, right. Wrath. could also have the rapture, right? Of all the things that happen in a video game, you could have the rapture. Yeah, I guess zombies, aliens, the rapture, um, a virus, a nuke, a power outage, a solar flare. That's what it'd be, a solar flare. I guess you could have the rapture. I think people would care more about the fucking AI rapture than they would the fucking real thing. But it would fulfill some kind of prophecy, so. What are you talking about? This is Jujubees. The only one I'm pissed at right now is Jujubees. He was the only person that tried to gank me so far. We got a good thing going here, Jujubees. You're looking at it. I don't know what it is, but you're looking at it. I hope this is what you wanted. I hope this is like, right. To my future wife, I hope this is what you had in mind. Right. No, I'm much more interested in this. I just need a companion, a fucking monkey pet to hang out with me, and go on adventures together. No, trust me, this shit's a last resort of boredom and occupation, mental occupation, right? Mental preoccupation, rather. This is the last resort as far as just like, what do you do to stimulate your mind for hours a day that doesn't involve doom and gloom scrolling through TikTok? This is it. Hopefully, I don't have to do it much longer, you know, because this is not I wouldn't say like, I'd say it's not good for you, but you know what I mean. It serves a purpose if you have nothing else to do for a short period of time. But like I said, plus it's like once every however many years. So this game's been out since 2004 or 5, and it's been since like 2000 and I think 6 when they released the expansion. And I haven't played it since that point in time, right? So and I've wanted to, so I'm kind of like, not like I've been counting the fucking marking the days off my calendar since then, but I enjoy the opportunity to revisit playing, you know, the Burning Crusade, which is what all this stuff is. Almost had me on that one. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh my god. Don't get fucking sauced by the elite there. Yikes. Alright, now. No. We need to be able to go invisible, and that thing needs to go somewhere else. This warlock has him a nice farm spot, though, doesn't he? Warlocks are the only class that I'm aware of that don't know how to heal and somehow enter a fight and end up with more health and mana by the end of it. Every time it seems like. I remember I have to sit there and drink and eat and get out of combat, and I die more than I don't, right? Like, but Warlocks, for whatever reason, is like, if they try and, like I'm doing a stand-up comedy routine, I'm the fucking Jerry Seinfeld of World of Warcraft, right? Oh, I think I'm gonna, right. Need to heal, better get into combat and kill some stuff, right? It is kind of how it works, though. It makes you wonder if Jerry Seinfeld plays World of Warcraft. Probably not. Didn't what were those guys? Didn't was he one of the people that did the commercial? Do you remember when they had the he he might be, right? Remember when they did the World of Warcraft commercials and they had the guy from The Sopranos and they had a couple other people do the commercials. I can't remember what they were though. I'll look it up in a minute. Oh, let me guess. These guys are ganking. These guys are ganking the Alliance. Let me guess. You don't want me here, do you? You don't want me here, do you? I fucking figured. And you're a shadow priest? Well, since you already used your silence. I guess I'll embarrass you in front of your boyfriend. A fucking warlock? Really? Do I have a health stone still? He's got a fucking druid healer. Fuck me, running. Where's the other guy? Remember we had another guy on our team that was up here just a second ago? Where the fuck did he go? Am I the only one here now? For fuck's sakes, really? Anyway, if I would have tried to kill the druid, dude, I'm tired as shit. Well, if I would have interrupted the druid, yeah, if I had more mana and a fucking PvP trinket, I probably would have killed all those guys, really. I thought one of my teammates might hop in there and try and do something at all, other than probably tab over and fucking try and kill me on his other character, right? Sometimes they do it. I've done that before quite a bit, actually. I had a horde mage on my original server, and I would decked out to like the best gear you could get in both characters. Anytime someone would grief one character, I'd log on the other and kill them. Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, you're fucking whatever. Do you remember last time when you did that? Remember? And you got embarrassed in front of everybody? And still nearly killed like 2 other people? Right. Well, I'll be going this way then. I didn't see that. And so that druid was probably not casting regrowth. The only chance you have to beat that group there would be to catch the druid's regrowth. If it's just mages traditionally don't beat warlocks anyway, you know what I mean? So the idea of like, oh, a druid and a warlock after killing the other guy, probably not gonna happen. The Way of the Gun. That fucking movie. When that guy punched Sarah Silverman in the face, dude, I've wanted to do that so many times. Ever since I've seen him do it in that movie, I'm like, God, it'd be so much fun, wouldn't it? Oh, what a good movie that was, though. Have you ever seen The Way of the Gun? The very first scene of it is one of the funniest things ever. Fucking woman, dude, I swear there's something about her. If you ever see that movie, go watch The Way of the Gun if you haven't seen it. Right. I can't realistically spend too much longer doing this. I really can't. Fuck. Really? 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 Oh, good, good. Invisible there. I didn't see that. Fighting with feral druids is obnoxious too. Because they fucking. I got. One of the feral druids attacked me earlier, like for 4/5 of my health bar in like one move. I was like, whatever. What do you expect me to do? Well, this fucking guy again. Can you master spell? Do you know what that button is? Resist. Really? God damn it, dude. I can't do anything about it if you resist fucking Frost Nova. Don't have a PvP trinket. It's the same fucking people, isn't it? Fuck, man. I had that guy. He got heals too, though. Fucking shit. Whatever. Does he? No, he doesn't. Regardless, though. Like, what the fuck you want me to do about this shit? Now we're overran here. Oh no, look. Where's that fucking Shadow Priest? Yeah, now he's got heals. Or he did earlier or something. Whatever. Fuck. Couldn't tell if he had heals from that druid or not. I probably would have had him if he didn't resist Frost Nova, but there's nothing I can do if he does, for the most part. Yeah, I wish I had another character. Like, see how it's like we're all coexisting peacefully farming, and then like a couple people get brave, and then fucking ruin everything, right? It's like they weren't brave just 10 minutes ago, right? I'm fucking serious, dude. Is this the same guy? It is the same guys. Are they the same guy from earlier? Or is there more Shadow Priests and Warlocks? Which guy did I fight earlier? God damn it. Not the same Shadow Priest from earlier? There's two pairs of Shadow Priest Warlocks running around up here. Yikes. Right. How do I get invited to another layer? Everybody's logged on and busy, apparently. Well, yeah, 1, 2. He's there. I can't raise for another 40 seconds, but and a druid. So there's two trios of druid, warlock, and shadow priest running around currently. An entire 3v3 team, basically. And nearly getting wrecked, apparently, by something. I don't know what exactly. Come on now. Fuck, I don't have a block. There we go. Had him anyway. I didn't mean to counterspell him, but whatever. Got the clicking the buttons too quick. I hate when it gets like this, because then you have to sit there and save your counter spell, you know what I mean? Or when one of these people tries to res and gank you, like... So the other group were the other fucking Shadow Priest, Warlock, and Druid on the other end of the map there. 2 different groups of them. See, right now I'm low mana. I don't have a mana gem. And that guy's ready to res in just a second. And that guy's waiting off there. Oh, he's on our team. Whoa. The other group with the priest and the warlock are better than these guys. I think. It's kind of hard to tell though when you're getting, you know, jumped by a whole bunch of people with low health and all that shit. Oh, Jerry. I had PvP gear to be helpful too, but I don't think hardly anybody does right now. These guys. See, these guys have it figured out. They're like, just stay here, right? You get your fucking mobs spawn, no one bothers you. Is that the same druid from earlier? Getting into it with the feral druid's like basically no fun as a mage. You don't have deep freeze yet. You have no way to keep them actually like immobilized. You can sheep them, or not sheep them, but you can ranged freeze for like a split second, but there's no way to like keep them still. This is fucking, this is Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Are you guys really gonna gank these guys off this spot? They've been here for like an hour and a half, not bother nobody. Oops, derp. Derped it. Mega derp. Let me guess, you can fucking write your hate mail, right? Seriously, I think the Unabomber had less hate mail. Retard. You fucking retard. I thought about it. I'm like, wait, it's the other way around, right? Definition of hate mail, right? And backwards. These guys were coexisting, man. I wasn't one of the people trying to start a fight with you guys, so please remember. It was these goofballs here that wanted to fuck up a good thing. Yeah, I guess we're gonna get to like, well, we have one more here, one more moat there. I guess get to 10 and log off for the evening. Need and sell 7 more on the auction house, and hopefully this shit is up in price compared to. Come on now, you gonna run my mob all the way till it resets? Come on, guy. Trying to help, but you kept fucking running. Fair. Fair. I don't have any mana. Well, I have a mana potion. I used the mana potion and still, if I can, here we are. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Oh, I got another moat there. I need one more entire primal fire. I didn't mean to rhyme. Oh, come on now, guy. Are you trying to attack me? You have amethyst targeted. Right? Are you fucking with me or this other guy? Well, you've given me a... Fuck, and you got a goddamn Shadow Fiend. I just used my evocate. I have no fucking cooldowns, and my team have no interest in trying to fucking help me kill this guy. Really. I hate whenever that happens. Why did you just fly around, dude? Come on now, I didn't pick that fight with that guy. Help this bitch get a repair bill. Because if they're taking damage from a mob or whatever and it gets the final hit, it actually breaks their gear versus PvP doesn't damage your gear. Are you fucking serious, guy? I'll just ice block for the sake of ice blocking and pray somebody helps, right? Hey, help, please. Anybody, team? All the guys that were just here a second ago. Are you fucking serious? ain't fooling me with that shit. Mage, you want to go invisible? Remember, all you people were picking fights with people and shit, and I was minding my own goddamn business. That was actually my name at the time, to be honest. That's how about minding my business I was. And my nickname was minding my own goddamn business, right? And these dicks are still doing this shit over here, are they? Yep, they really are. They've probably farmed one primal among their entire team. Yesterday was my birthday, and today isn't. We're counting the days till the next one. We're almost there. I have to imagine, I can't remember if that was a guy or not, but I figure if there's like 2 Shadow Priests, the chances of there being 3 Shadow Priests running around where there's like 10 people is not likely, but you never know. I think that was one of the guys that pissed me off earlier. So I don't necessarily feel terrible about doing that. I just need 6 more motes and I can get the fuck out of here. But then this shit had to happen. Now this entire side of the peninsula is occupied by these guys. Oh look, never mind. The thing about that priest was I didn't let him get close enough to me to fear. You saw him running with his head down. Anytime you see a priest running at you, they're like a fucking raging bull, you're like, yeah, you're trying to fear me. It's one of those avoid at all costs kind of scenarios, right? Which what we should do, though, is pop on the old PvP trinket. Oh, shit. Didn't want to aggro that. Tried to watch Megan last night, the second Megan. Interesting movie, man. That was entertaining as far as a scary movie is concerned. I didn't watch the second one all the way. I fell asleep in the middle of the evening or about 30 minutes into it. But the first one was pretty good. I mean, it's like, you know, probably better quality, unique kind of idea versus like the shit people are used to seeing for scary movies and stuff. My entire crew's there. The ones that just sat there and watched me dwindle down to nothing. Oh. Oh, come on now. Why these people are not farming? What are you doing up here if you're not up here trying to farm? Looks like they're having a family meeting over there, doesn't it? They caught little Jerry smoking cigarettes. They're gonna have a family meeting about it. Really? Oh, fucking they're God, dude. Seriously, it's everybody. Wow. Where's our team in that scenario there? You see all that shit? Were they zone? Did they layer over? I think they might have. They jumped to another layer and then layered back over to our layer. You see that shit? Like 20 of them. Not really worth blowing a cold snap, but whatever. It's kind of in a predicament anyway. I kind of wanted to get the fuck out of there. I had that thing sheep for like a half an hour. But this Shadow Priest has pissed me off thoroughly here. Why'd that not hit that guy? Why'd that not hit him? See, that's what I hate about this macro that I have. It does that with the fucking... I just need like 6 motes and I can get out of everybody's hair. You people will just leave me alone. And then, oh my god, are you fucking serious? Really? Are you fucking throwing Ninja Star at me? I need 2 more motes. That's it. You're not letting me have it. Alright. Alright, guy. Look, I was one of the people that wasn't bothering you. Remember? Earlier? Before you all decided to fucking sky drop and face roll. Stop, drop, and face roll. I just need 2 motes. And I can get out of here. Oh, the thing is, I don't know what layer I need to join. I just went off this layer where all these fucking people are doing this shit. If that's even how this works. Because I have 2 moats, and I can sell all 10 of these and farm 3 tomorrow, so I always have a few. What the fuck, am I out of water? Whatever. What we've yet to really see, though, is any sort of groundbreaking shit in multi-chain. You know what I mean? Like, I know this is like the question a kindergartner would ask about something that they know nothing about, but what possibility is there for, like, a chain to absorb another chain, especially if they use similar virtual machines or whatever? Like, is that a coding impossibility kind of thing? Uh, you know, the idea of them merging chains at some point in time, if you know, I'm more or less just curious as to what the fuck, or implementing whatever makes Solana so much quicker, right? I guess there's probably technical reasons as to why they can't do that. I'm also super tired, so forgive me if that sounds retarded. Alright, now we're gonna what we're gonna do is go for hope that, what did I put this up for last time? 35, 15. I bet by tomorrow all this shit sells. I'll have my epic mount in like a couple days, I think. I could always just start farming and selling gold, really, honestly. Yeah, really. At this rate, it's like fucking more than I'm making doing anything else. Sad as that is. But you know, just sell gold like